Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I am going to hope that this works out, because I am an idiot and I forgot to download this game before like 20 minutes ago, so I didn't do a lot of testing. But I assume that it's going to function about the same as Hades, so... I'm gonna go through the options real quick. Okay. I guess we're gonna be the fifth file. No game over in the campaign. Okay, I think we can change the difficulty at any point, so I'm just gonna start on standard or retech. I do want subtitles. And I do want assessment. Oh, I just noticed that it's got my, like, little tab bar open in the bottom. I'll see if I can fix that. So yeah, I picked this game because it's kind of probably like the lesser known of the 4 Supergiant games, and I think it's like kind of underrated. Also, it's a lot of reading, so that'll be good if I don't get a lot of viewers. Your days on the downside brought slow, lonesome agony. Now, as you lie yielding to the elements, something rumbles into view. 3 shapes emerge, each clad in strange attire. Yeah, there's also like a codex. Downside, a vast purgatory in which the Commonwealth casts its convicts and its enemies. None have been known to return from the Forsaken Land. Yeah, you also notice that there's not full voice acting in this game like there is in Hades, so I am going to have to read all of this dialogue for you, and a voice actor I am not, so we're gonna do our best. I have a lot of water on standby. Another piece of filth expelled from the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth, a proud country risen from the ashes of a fallen empire, home to a multitude of ethnic groups, founded on the principles of mercy and kinship whose exact meanings evolved through many centuries. See you right on schedule, what'd I tell you? You told us we would find someone alive. Someday, I said we'd find someone alive someday. Just not today, I guess, but don't be glum. You know I see you frowning underneath that mask. Looks like he's breathing. The masked wanderers presume you are male. Interact to change this. Yeah, so you can change it. You just click on it, and you can be male, female, or gender neutral. So I'm gonna go with she. It seems she still is. Then stand aside. I shall send her to a better place. She's a she. Can you people just tell? Hang on, the markings on her rags. I think she's one of them. But look at her, she's beyond our help, and we are beyond hers. Broken, shaking, starving, probably diseased. Yeah, good luck with that there, chum. See you back at the wagon. Indeed, the day grows dim. You have, at best, an hour. Understood, I won't be long. After the others leave, the man turns toward you and begins unfastening his mask. Hello, my friend. Don't care who you are or what you did. None of that matters anymore. All of us, we're equal nothings here. You are parched and he gives you a drink. You ache and he binds your wounds. You struggle and you hunger and he gives you food. Little by little, it helps. Hold on, my cat is doing his cat things again. Stop it. Down from there. Get down from there, little man. There, it turns out you're tougher than you look. My name's Hedwyn. Now come on. He's one of the 3 masked wanderers who found you clinging to life in the downside. What are you doing? You sense no ill intent as he helps you up and leads you to an old black wagon, nothing like the stately vessels that paraded the Commonwealth criminals through the Alabaster Street. Hedwyn beckons you to enter the black wagon. Step inside. Press X at any time to advance events. Oh, interesting. The weather-beaten wagon is as much a mess inside as out. You see the masked woman and the talkative creature taking stock of ancient-looking books. I'm back. And with a guest. She loosens the clasps on her mask. You may call me Jodariel. She is the most imposing of the 3 masked wanderers who found you clinging to life. Yes, she is. And as for myself, the small one struggles with his master. Dariel soon assists him. Ow. That is to say, you may regard me by the name of Rookie Greentail. He is the smallest yet loudest of the 3 masked wanderers who found you clinging to life. Such pleasantries out of the way, the horned woman then motions to the others. She glances at you sidelong as she speaks. Can she do it? Hope so. I haven't asked her yet. What? Then what are we waiting for? Hey, sister, nice meeting you and all, but tell me something. You know how to read or what? He's asking you if you are a reader. One who can derive meaning from text. Thank you for the dictionary definition. Literacy has been prohibited for centuries. Those with knowledge of the old ways violate the law of the land. Admit it, deny it, or remain silent. I'll be upfront with you. These dialogue choices don't really mean much. So I will admit it. You confirm their suspicions. There's no use trying to hide it now. Well then, glory days, because it just so happens my associates and I, we got ourselves some nice material here for someone just like you. Reader, you still live thanks to us. We ask for something modest in exchange. Open one of these books back there and tell us what it says. Sorry to put you on the spot like this, my friend. The exiles indicate books in their possession. Have a look. Oh, the controller's like vibrating. You pick up one of the old and heavy volumes bound in materials you do not recognize. Forward. You, dear reader, are an exile of the downside, such as we, the 8 who wrote this book of Rite. That you possess it and have capacity to glean its words is a testament to your potential. Thus we reveal a path from this forsaken place to freedom, a homecoming in glory. The stars themselves shall be your guide. Ere the turning of the year's first solstice, seek the nearest longitude beneath the brightest of 8 as they align as shown. Arrive as a triumvirate, clad in the raiments of the Rites, bearing this book. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Hey there! If you missed it, this game's a lot of reading, and I have to read all of it, so... I hope you like my voice. The book describes a complicated method through which exiles can return to the Commonwealth. The words swim through your mind as Hedwyn gets your attention. Well, friend, what does it say? But then your vision starts to fade and blur. You feel your body weaken and give out. Haven't seen Pyre yet, and I haven't gotten around to transistors. This is all new to you. Well, you're in for something.
Dare you tamper with forbidden knowledge? So soon after your sentence into exile. 'Tis true what the book says. You can be free again. Perhaps not you yourself, but someone worthy of the privilege.
Ouch.
You witness now the path toward salvation.
So this is like the tutorial fight. And
the one way to return to glory. Though in your case,
Okay, well, you don't have to be rude about it.
Yet, by the grace of the Scribes, it is my duty to inform you anyhow.
So you're about to find out that this game is a basketball game. It worked. So it is true. Yeah, but what now? And where'd the reader go? She should be out there still. For now, we have to put our faith in her. She could abandon us. She won't. You look upon the three of them from beyond as Hedwyn then calls out to you. Reader, we aim to free ourselves. We will not grow old and die in the downside. And now I swear to you, when we get out of here, you're going to come with us. But first, we need your help. Show us the way. Freedom, you focus all your mental faculties and do as Hedwyn asks. I'm also playing with a controller. I'm playing with a controller because this game is actually really hard to play with mouse and keyboard.
Exiles conduct the rites as a triumvirate, for they must prove their trust in one another, not just in themselves.
Okay. Oh, I have to aim. Okay, there we go.
The three must act as one. Now plunge into the pyre with the orb and be purified. Yes, the exile.
Is this the station I've heard so much about? Yeah.
Whoever steps into the flame is banished for a time. His or her cohorts must make do on their own.
It's literally like 3-on-3 basketball. That's like the whole point.
You shall face adversaries whose own freedom is at stake. Beware the aura that surrounds them, as they shall beware yours. The aura is your wrongdoing. Accept it as a part of you. Cast your aura like a stone. Correctly done. Again. Just so. A glorious performance, I admit. More than I expected from the likes of you.
Okay, well, no one asked you.
Once more.
Strange voice.
The orb absorbs the aura, then the orb quenches the flame. Now I say jump.
Okay, let's see.
With all your strength. Not
Nope.
quite.
I always mess this up.
Into the flames.
I don't do the jumping a lot.
Sails the orb into the waiting flame. Now snuff out the adversary's pyre, whilst yours yet burns.
Nope. I'm an idiot. Okay.
Someone there rose to the occasion.
Playing as Jodariel kind of sucks because she's like really slow. But yeah, you get eventually you'll get like one of each race. And they all kind of have like different features, like I forget what they're called, but like the demons are like really big but really slow. The humans are kind of like middle of the road, like they're small but they're like they're not the fastest but they're not the slowest, and they don't have the smallest aura but they also don't have the biggest. I think they're called nomads or something instead of humans, but... And then, like, the Cur, which is what Rookie is. They're, like, small but fast.
The Rite is complete. There, dear reader. Now you understand. Or do you?
But yeah, so
This
basically,
was but a glimpse
okay,
of
I get
that
it.
which lies ahead. I would tell you to turn back. Cast down your hope. But all those such as you never listen.
It is a lot slower than Hades. It's a very story-heavy game. But the matches definitely pick up once you're like out of the tutorial. But yeah, so basically all that happened so far in the beginning is we were cast down into the downside, which is like where the Commonwealth, which is the country of this game, puts all their prisoners. It's some like unescapable hellscape. And the reason why you get picked up is because you can read, and they need someone who can read to be able to like control them during the rites, the whole thing. Alright, the others are still picking themselves up as you awaken. Well, that was something. That was our way out. So now we just follow the stars or what? Supposedly. Reader, come, let us regard the night. Jodariel leads you outside where a clear night sky awaits. Now show us before the Howlers catch our scent. Where shall the rites commence? The rites, an ancient ritual competition through which the worthiest exiles regain their freedom. The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours. A prayer from the Book of Rite. Seek out your destination. But yeah, I love this game. Like, I think it's super fun, but it's definitely their least popular game. There's a lot of lore and talking and reading. It's kind of like a visual novel with basketball gameplay. 200 leagues due east, the Ridge of Goal. According to the stars, the next rite shall soon commence here. The fossil remains of the serpent titan slain by Goal, Goliathanian, yet loom over those living in its shadow. Great, and we're supposed to be there when exactly? Oh, it's so good. Like, Jodariel can step on me. Very soon, according to the stars, you should be able to arrive in time if you make haste. Then we had best get started. Well, this ought to be good for a few laughs at least. What do you say, Jodi? Jodariel turns to you, studying you. Reader, do not deceive us. Pray we make good use of our remaining time. What she means is, glad to have you aboard, sister. We're counting on you, friend. See you inside. Freedom. The rites are the key. It's a lot to take in. Your fellow exiles await you in the wagon. Join them. But yeah, unfortunately, this is not Hades, and you cannot kiss any of the other characters. Just gonna say that up front. This game disappoints and will not let me bang Jodi. You arrive in Downside Prairie, where the road is forked. There's a lack of consensus about which way to proceed. Downside Prairie, one of the Downside's only verdant regions. It only gets less hospitable as you press further north. I'm telling you, we ought to take the northern pass. Got me an associate hold up in Hollowroot I've got to pay a visit to besides. Hollowroot, the northern route to the Ridge of Goal goes through a small exile encampment. Every so often, tempests come and scour away the hunts and hovels, but they always crop back up. Oh, and you will be pleased to know we can get Rookie to shave the stupid mustache. Eventually. Spy and your associate. Best we'd head to Blooming Pool to avoid attention. The southern route to the Ridge of Goal goes through a humid area pocked with hot springs. Runoffs from the sand folds means no bathing in the springs, so they're just there to mock you. Ouch. And get stuck in a bog while we're at it. The dispute continues as Hedwyn listens for a while. He wanders the downside in search of a way to regain his freedom and return home. What if the reader settled this? She marks the way, we get us there. If these rites are meant to test our faith, then we'd best learn to trust the reader's instincts on our path. No second-guessing her along the way. Can we all live with that for now? Yeah, sure. If necessary. Then it's settled. Just point the way, my friend. The stars guide us through you. I think we get a blooming pool. I think all this does is, like, it kind of decides, like, which character you get, like, a little extra dialogue with. Jodariel offers to show you around Blooming Pool after she notices you staring at the bogs and vegetation near the wagons. Soon something catches her eye. Grim, longtime resident of the downside, grown accustomed to surviving there. Observe, this shall pay for half our trip. You found a black bloom. It's quite valuable. Trade item. This can be sold at the slug market. Blossoms at specific times. While bitter at first, the taste of black bloom makes the pain go away. The black wagon grinds to a stop at the base of the Ridge of Gold. The others ask you to assist with making preparations for nightfall and the commencement of the rite. There are ships in this game, though. So, like, I cannot kiss any of the characters, but some of the characters can kiss each other. And I will point them out when we get to them. Also, I wanted to check something. Okay, there we go. Get rid of the dumb little taskbar at the bottom. Hedwyn's cooking tins. What passes for cooking supplies on the downside. Hedwyn does most of the cooking. Jodi's throw rug, fashioned from a howler's hide, sends their ilk a clear message. Jodariel says not to step on it. Yeah, everyone has like little tokens that they leave around. Greentail family portrait, a reasonable likeness of a younger Rookie with his mother and uncle. You also have these little drive imps. Creatures such as this must have been bred to push the black wagon along, and they are so cute. This is like our codex here. So you get new entries occasionally. The first exile, in the words of Gol Goliathanian, the Master General, you know perhaps the thrice-cursed name of Solomon Mur. Solium Mur, the Emperor of Star, the first exile, and my liege. This chapter concerns him and those who found him in the downside. Each of us was sent to take his life. Such was the hatred for him in and around his country. Yet we found Solium Mur, a man transformed in body, mind, and spirit, a man deserving of much more than mercy. In time he named us all his scribes, and he became the eighth. It is my greatest honor now to share with you his deeds. To know his story is to know the Rite. And then I don't think we have any more pages yet, but we will. We will. So yeah, there's kind of like 8 scribes, and they're all one of the different 8 races, so it's kind of like a parallel thing. So Solium was like their like demon version. Can I go here? In the common room, you may review the various notes and observation about your fellow exiles and their respective paths towards enlightenment in the Rite. Okay, yeah, and then this gives us like the rundown of all of the characters. You don't know everything at first, though. You do have to play, and eventually they'll tell you like what their crime was, what they did, how many years they were exiled. They've been exiled for. And their powers and stuff. Thought the red-haired guy was Roy for a second. You know, actually, they do kind of look similar, don't they? But yeah, so Hedwyn is the one who nursed you back from the brink after finding you in the downside. His genial manner suggests that life in exile has not yet broken his spirit. He wears a bronze clasp identical to that of Jodariel, suggesting the two of them may have met before their exile. He has not yet revealed what he did to earn his sentence. She seems responsible for the Black Wagon's security. Her features suggest she has lived in exile for much longer than the others. Her grim outlook and the fact that she still wears the bronze clasp of the Commonwealth blood border suggests military background, though what she did to earn her sentence you do not yet know. He seems to be the most well-connected of the masked wanderers who found you, and he knows something of the land. He is a rather opportunistic disposition, and his ostentatious clothing suggests a lucrative background in the mercantile business. Even still, you do not yet know for sure what he did to earn his sentence. Oh yeah, and here's their stats, right? Okay, so like, glory is how much damage they do to the opposing pyre, quickness is how fast they are, presence is how big their aura is, and hope is their, how long that they're banished for after they, like, hit another person's aura. So, like, as you can see, Ruki's pretty fast. Jodariel is not. Reader, Greentail here was just complaining how you opted not to take us up to Hollow Root. What, and violate our anti-second guessing pact? Nah, I was only saying how our sister's gonna have to keep on making the tough calls. Besides, just making sure we got something to pawn off at the next slug market we find. Crude trading post found in the downside. Commonwealth contraband sometimes finds its way to the downside where it's traded and sold. And we have. Now let us focus on the task at hand. We have reached our destination and have much left to prepare for tonight. The two of them soon go about rummaging through the raiments and the books strewn about the wagon, leaving you to your own devices. Do we not have the slug market yet? The voice actor for the slug market you might recognize from Hades, whenever we get him. I'm not sure if he shows up now or if we have to wait till the second Rite. As darkness falls, your fellow exiles stand together clad in the raiments of the Rite. The preparations are set, however, everything is still and calm. Soon they grow restless. Keep telling you there's nothing here, what a bunch of idiots we are. If we traveled all this way for nothing, I don't think we did. Look up.
The stars align at last. You reach the Ridge of Goal at the appointed time, and your triumvirate is ready. Your adversaries in the rites this eve shall be the Accusers.
Oh, for some reason?
Fire yet burns once the other is extinguished, shall step closer to freedom.
For some reason, I thought we fought the not sucky people first. The stars are aligned and your pyre burns bright. Across from your companions appear several others, also clad in raiment, your adversaries in the Rite. Everyone ready? Let's hope so. Be still, we have a visitor. The one whom she refers to steps forward. At last, the Nightwings grace us with their presence. The Nightwings, the name of the triumvirate in blue. It seems your fellow exiles have assumed their identity. I see the reports of your demise have been exaggerated after all. Even I was beginning to think you were gone for good. Nobody moves save for the man robed in gold who unfastens his mask. Surprised to see old Lendl again? I trust you remember my face, though you must have assumed never to see it again after last time. He is the apparent leader of the exile triumvirate you encountered at the Ridge of Goal. Never had I come so close to freedom, only for you to dash my hopes. Now, I and the Accusers shall repay that affront. The exile triumvirate clad in gold, their leader harbors ill will for something he thinks you did. He shoves his mask back on and takes position with his comrades. It is time. From the shadows you clutch the Book of Rites and focus on the task at hand. Alright, Rookie, you're gonna be doing all the heavy lifting here. Hope you know.
My goodness.
Yeah. I usually play this game on, like, super basic easy mode, so we'll see how this goes.
Have the Accusers underestimated you?
Hedwyn, why don't you have more stamina? Okay, there we go.
Hedwyn doused the adversary's flames.
No, I shall not accept defeat from you again. Hear me, Accuser, stand your ground. Let your auras boil and rage.
It seems that you have flustered the Accusers.
We have rattled them. They mean to draw us out. Then we'll just have to run more circles around them.
Have you any idea what that Lendl did to deserve his exile?
I mean, I do.
A daring display. Flinging the orb into the flames like that. You
But yeah,
banishment using such tricks.
I believe every single enemy character has some kind of relationship with one of your people. So Lendl has a relationship to someone we haven't seen yet. That's where the shipping comes in. Because not all of them are like past relationships, some of them are like developing relationships.
The flame has died a little.
And you can learn what everyone did.
The Rite has nearly ended.
You can learn what everyone did to earn their exile too. If we don't learn it before whatever arbitrary time limit there is, I'll just tell everyone, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna die here. Run, Hedwyn!
It is done. You have prevailed. Rejoice then in your single fleeting victory.
God, this guy's a dick. I love him. But yeah, we haven't met the second half or first half of all of these ships yet, so I'll point them out when they come up. Your deceit may have earned you a hollow victory, but know this, the Accusers will not forget your wickedness, and when we next meet, you will rule the day. You'll rue it.
Ask now, in the wisdom of the Scribes. The exiled Jodi has gained enlightenment.
We have withstood worse nights than this, so few is strange.
Gain their freedom.
So yeah, they have two like paths for skill trees. Demon strength and physical prowess, or spirit and sheer force of will. I think I usually do. I don't know, probably this one.
Even Scribe bestows his favor.
After the rites, the Accusers disappear into the darkness. As you return to the wagon, in the still night sky, you see a single star burns brighter than the rest, beckoning you onward. Well, my friends, what can I say? The rites are real, and we're in. The Getting Out of Here Club. Next up on the agenda, keep chasing stars until we're free. Until we are free. Until we're free. Here, sounds fine. Might as well be us instead of Lendl back there. Cold-mannered head of the Accusers and bears an old grudge against... Okay. Anyway. Guess we better start packing. As the others go about their business, Hedwyn turns to you. Reader, come, walk with me while the stars are still out. You and Hedwyn walk in silence for a time before he speaks up. Of course he has blue hair and thrown out. You have questions, come, ask away. We need you on this for the long haul. Hedwyn wishes to know if anything is troubling you. Ask why he was exiled, ask how he got his wagon, ask why you cannot conduct the rites yourself, or ask what happens if you refuse to help. I'm gonna ask why he was exiled, because I think he actually tells us here. You ask Hedwyn what he did to get sentenced to living in the downside. He maintains eye contact and his smile. Good question, my friend. We're going to have a lot of time to discuss that, and many other things. Make you a deal. Read the stars for us again, and I'll tell you all about it on the way. No, tell me now! You sense he speaks truly as he beckons toward the fading dark above. Does it really take you that much effort to, tell me while I'm looking at the sky? Come on, dude. Jomur, the Dust Star. The Dust Star burns bright over an ancient spring in Jomur Valley. Also, I'm probably not going to pronounce any of these names right, and I have accepted that. That's a long way north and west. We'll see if this old wagon's fit for it. Then he turns to the others. How's it going, rookie? Imps fed, wheels clean. Status, Jodi? No sign of Howlers, everything is secure. Good. Then get some rest. We're headed to the Spring of Jomur. At dawn, we're off. According to the stars, the Alpha Chief hoped bathing here would cure his ailments, but it only made him itch. Nice. You sensed Jodariel's steel gaze before you turned to her. Reader, rummaging around the wagon once again. Tell me something now that you are here. Look at me. Are you afraid of me? A little bit, but only in the kinky way. You consider the question. You have never before met someone like her, but do know something of what happens to those who remain in the downside for many years. You tell her that, although you do not yet know each other well, you do not fear her, and on the contrary, feel safer in her presence. Truly. In that case, I have much work left to do. You shall fear me yet, if you survive this place. Now then, I shall go make my rounds. Oh yes, please make me fear you. She walks away. You feel the floor of the wagon shake with her step. Jodari will gain +1 hope for the next right. Oh wait, we didn't look at the guy curled up in the corner. Lone minstrel. A figure sits in the very still in the corner of the wagon. He is unresponsive, but seems to be alive. You observe the man slumped in the corner of the wagon bearing some sort of stringed instrument. You sense he lives, but nothing more. It seems inopportune to ask him now. Yes, Dante? So I'm not sure. This game runs in cycles, right? So the first cycle of the game is the longest. And I'm not sure if we'll finish it this stream or if we'll have to split it into two. My cat really wants me to pet his tummy. The climate here in Jomur Valley is hot and uncomfortable. On top of that, exiled curs roam this sand-swept fossil wasteland. Dante, can you not do that, please? Jomur Menimane took a special liking to this region. We have a stowaway. Home? We can go home? She must have latched onto the undercarriage as you crossed the ridge. Her manner is odd, though you can sense she means no harm. She must have overheard some of your fellow exiles' conversations. You need but say the word, Hedwyn. Oh, come on, you can't be serious, Jodi. She's just some kid who managed to climb aboard our wagon undetected, but still. Do it, Jodi. Jodariel approaches the girl and looms over her. Listen to me, girl. We cannot guarantee that we shall get you home, or any of us, but at present we have room for you, and adequate provisions. You may accompany us for a time. Jodariel leaves without awaiting a response, presumably to make room in the wagon for your new guest. The stowaway is overjoyed at this. Really, you are so kind. You are most kind to someone you just met like me. May the 8 scribes smile upon you all. The 8 scribes, some revere them as gods, believing they are bound themselves to exile so that others could live free. Centuries of oral tradition have shaped the history of the 8 scribes into myth and legend. She claps her hands, bursts into laughter, and performs some sort of dance. Ruki stares at all of this and leans in close to Hedwyn. Hey, so what gives? First the reader, now we're taking her along? What, we gonna take in every mite, bit, and drive imp we find now, too? Easy, Ruki. I think he'd want for us to bring this one along. Who, Sandalwood? I thought you said he asked we find someone to fit every type of mask. Near as I can tell, yours would fit her just fine. The apparent name of some mysterious informant of Hedwyn, Jodariel, and Ruki. He asked that we could use our best judgment. Besides, we send her away, and she'll go telling anyone she finds about us. We can't risk that right now. So, can I come in? It's very hot, and I'm a little thirsty, and a little tired, too. Yes, you're welcome with us. One question, though. What do we call you? Well, this is embarrassing, I think, but I don't know for sure. It's just back home, they called me lots of names, like for the color of my hair. They made fun of you just because you got gray hair? That's it, my name rhymes with gray. My name, they just called me lots of names. You sense the girl is struggling to recollect a certain name she felt best suited her. So we actually do get to pick her name. So, do we want to name her May, K, Faye, Days, J, Zay, Shay, Ray, Lay, Che, Nay, Tay, Zay, Gay, or Bay? K, okay. She'll be K. You suggest that the stowaway girl's name is K. A young vagabond girl with odd manner and an unshakable sense of curiosity. Why, that's it. My name is K. My name is K. Where I'm from, they called me K the Unkempt, but I guess maybe you don't have to say that part, because I didn't really like it. Your fellow exiles decide to bring K along for now. She almost collapses from exhaustion, so you take her in and show her somewhere she can rest. Kay joined the group. She is tired, but excited. Welcome her aboard. Her name doesn't actually change anything, but you do get to pick it. So she's the first half of one of those ships I mentioned. And Jodariel is the first half of another. And Hedwyn's the first half of a third, but she's not actually in the downside. The Black Wagon arrives in a somewhat peaceful stretch of Jomer Valley. Your companions wish to hole up here for the night and give Kay and all of you a little time to rest. I'm glad you didn't pick the X name because I'm not 100% sure how I would pronounce that. Kay seems to be recovering well since you found her. She seems fascinated by everything and everyone in the wagon. Oh, hi, miss. You're the one who knew my name. You guessed it right, you did. Thank you for your hospitality. I've just been eating with the imps and talking to the wagon. This wagon, he and I are the same age, almost to the very day, but I am older, by 3 weeks, so I'm giving him a hard time. Little brother, I call him. He's a good wagon, isn't he? He will take us very, very far. My little brother, sure, he pulls at my hair at times, and I don't like it very much, but he is family. I'm happy to be here with my family. I thought I had lost them all again. Oh, but we've stopped now, haven't we? Then I should go outside to dance in case the scribes are watching. Bye, miss. Smiling back at you, she prances out the door. I think she's referred to as, the Moontouched girl. Oh, she's not on our roster yet. Your fellow exiles are taking a moment to unwind. Jodari motions for you to join them. Best get used to your new life here, reader. We seldom get such moments of reprieve. Perhaps some further study of that book shall pass the time. You could join me for a little stroll if you're feeling up to it. Always something to be foraged around here. Or you could teach us more of what you know. Prepare us for the next rite. In any case, we do what we can to stay busy. Keeps the sense of isolation well at bay. At certain junctures, you may choose from several vocations, ways in which you can make yourself useful during the occasional moments of free time. Let's see, forage for resources, study in private. Usually you want to study in private here, because it gets you, like, global bonuses. You find a relatively quiet clearing to study the Book of Rite, an ancient manuscript revealing the mystic path to freedom from the downside. For centuries, the teachings of the 8 scribes have been passed down through oral tradition alone, with undivided attention. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence, attribute bonuses you bestow on all of your fellow exiles who participate in the rites. The triumvirate, whose reader is well attuned to the book, has an inherent edge against its adversaries. So I usually start with the quickest one, because everyone in this game could use some speed. You concentrate on your knowledge of the 8 scribes, and how together they compose the Book of Rites among their many feats. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. You gain reader's influence celerity. Each rank raises your fellow exiles' quickness, making them move faster. All Nightwings gain +1 quickness. So I think you get 2 of each bonus there. The path leading further west splits off, and once again your fellow exiles turn to the choice of where to go over to you. Kay seems enthusiastic for whichever route you choose. Glue Hive or Fall Flat? Let's see here. Should be a strong skull of the 8 scribes. Shall be swift. Go Fall Flat. These place names are, yeah, it's so good. This game actually has, like, a lot of, like, really neat, like, lore and stuff. Kay is behaving stranger than usual as you traverse the rocky pathways of Fall Flat. The south route across Jomer Valley is riddled with barren rock and bone. Even the wild curs of the valley avoid the oppressive heat of this place. This was the path that Jomer Many-Mane ran across so many, many times. Can you not feel his presence, him and all his friends here in the sand and in the air and all about? The 6 of the 8 scribes in the Book of Rites, also known as the Brave or the Alpha Chief that united the curs under a single banner and charted half the known world. At first you pay it little heed, though later you observe your fellow exiles seem to have more of a lightness in their step. Perhaps it was the previous day's rest that did everyone good. Your companions gain +1 quickness for the next rite. Yeah, so there's like temporary bonuses, like temporary global bonuses, and like permanent global bonuses. En route to the Spring of Jomer, I'm gonna pronounce this different every time, you hear all about the roving slug market, which appears to be nearby. Ruki insists that you take a look after you settle in. Page revealed, the last emperor. How long is one playthrough? I wanna say it's like maybe 20 hours max. I'm not sure. I think that I can do this in a month, which is why I picked this game. I could do Transistor or Bastion in a month too, but I feel like this one is one that people are maybe going to care a little less about, so they wouldn't mind it being like a weekday stream, so they can just go back and watch if they feel like it. Seems to have something on his mind. Hedwyn motions for you to join him. While his manner is as easygoing as ever, you sense he is searching for the right words for what he's about to say. You'd asked what I did to get thrown in here. Figured I'd tell you. The others know. I was on the blood border for several years, an outrider. No real rank, but a pretty important job. Whenever the harp swooped in, it was up to me to raise the alarm. So the blood border is the northern edge of the Commonwealth, which is a flat and vulnerable expanse. The high-wing remnants seized upon it at every opportunity, from the cover of clouds or darkness. and harps, a winged race also known as the High Wing Remnants, at war with the Commonwealth. They are as coarse as their feathers, they hold themselves superior. The Archjustice Androbles, the ninth, I think that's, yeah, that seems like 9. One day the harps came without warning, no alarm, it was a slaughter. So I heard, because I wasn't there. I was with one of them. Look, that's a story for another time. The point is, they branded me Hedwyn the Deserter before they sent me here. I didn't want to fight. I abandoned my post, my friends. They paid dearly for it. I ended up down here. Hedwyn looks at you and his smile reappears. It's not something I like to talk about, as you can tell. But I know you'd been wondering, and you deserve to know. I made a promise to you earlier when we first met that you'd go free as well if any of us go free. That promise might not carry that much weight, I guess, coming from a deserter. Anyway, that's all. Thank you for hearing me out. There's not much good here in the downside, but at least the past is behind us. He leaves you there to consider his verse. See, I'm not sure how, I want to say it's like 20 hours, but the thing is, the game goes like I said, this game goes in cycles, and the first cycle is by far the longest because you have to go and pick up every new character, and that's where you get like the meat of a lot of your story, and then it goes so much quicker as it goes on, so like, yeah. So yeah, now we have Hedwyn's whole thing unlocked. Cash jump sprint, yeah. Yeah, while serving at the Blood Border, by chance he had a run with a lone enemy harp. They each felt a powerful connection and escaped together rather than fight each other to the death, as would have been expected. He lost contact with her after their encounter and left his post in search of her. But he was caught and exiled. In the downside, he found Jodariel, who looked after him when he was a child. In time, he caught wind of an unbelievable rumor and first heard the name Sandalwood. So yeah, crime, desertion, motive, insurrection, years exiled. He's been down here for 5 years. And then we still don't know anyone else's. But yeah, what was her name? So yeah, basically you can't kiss Hedwyn because he's in love with like someone on the upside. So that's one ship. Alright, the last Emperor. In the words of Gol Galathanian, the Master General, how many nations did I scour in the name of Solium Mur? How many countries fell before our spears and blades? Such questions mattered less to me with every passing victory. Our legions swelled across the land, and our dominion grew. The Emperor Solium Mur paid all this little heed. He only tended to his personal affairs. Our legions relished the autonomy. We did not know that the Emperor cared nothing for his legions, nor his people. He cared only for that which was before him. One day, he learned of such a thing as to befit his name, and vowed to seek it out. Alright, you might recognize this voice actor. Ron. He's a traveling sales creature and proprietor of the Downside Slug Market. Say, how come you set up shop all the way out here? Isn't it a little out of the way? Oh, well, let's say you ain't my only customers. You see, Dad and I, we know this business pretty good. We've been around the block, and so... As Ron keeps blathering, Ruki signals to you in a furtive way. Oh, hey there! Here's the deal, sister. Got an informant says there's something here connected to the Rite's business. See if you can spot it. Should be able to pawn off some of our stuff here to make the trade. And don't even worry about Falcon Ron. So anyways, you guys got something for me or what? That black plume you got there, I can take it off your paws if you want. Hey, you know, I'll take it, Mr. Greentail, though you drive a pretty hard bargain. Now you gonna take something off my hands here, or what? Yeah, you don't actually get to pick what you get to buy here. That's a one-of-a-kind thinger you got there, you know, and you got yourself a real good deal for me as well, so thanks. Apparently any one of us bozos can get a little edge out of that thing during the rites, I mean. Just a question of who gets to try it out. Talismans are items imbued with various enchantments exiles may equip one at a time. A talisman's true power lies in the faith of its holder. Oh, hey, Nana! So, I guess that you can have the moon talisman. Anyways, Dad over here his feet. You know, we've been having some trouble with his feet, getting real something or other from all the hoofing around. So you see, Rookie indicates that now would be a good time to depart. Anyone else here? Lee stepped in for a second, but I don't know if she's gonna stay. And ketamine? I keep wanting to say ketamine, but like I have a feeling that's not what I'm supposed to call you. See Mr. Greenstail and your friends there too. I like her. She seems real nice, you know. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to hit. Why is this doing? Okay, whatever. Let's start the rite. Oh, what happened up to now? Okay, so. Oh, right, you've played this game. Okay. You can say, like, K or Kate. Okay. Good to know. Nana's played this game. I don't have to explain everything. So we did our first rite against, Lendl. And we're about to start our second rite against the, Takudog. As you complete preparations for the rite to commence, you notice Kay approaching. At least I think this is the one with the Takudog, I don't know. You notice, too, that she was wearing your companion's raiment. We can go home? Kay, I thought I made myself quite clear that you were not to touch those robes. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dariel. I just thought that maybe you were being funny at the time. Unbelievable. Hey, something's happening in the sky. Oh, I see why you wanted me to name her Kay now. Hey, something's happening in the sky. I think we're up.
Reader, what brings you to the spring of Jomir? Why, it must have been the stars. Although it seems that your triumvirate now numbers 4 exiles, not the expected 3. The rules of the rites were not created for you to besmirch. Prepare now to confront the fate. They still honor the traditions of the Scribes, and surely have been longing for this chance. But first, you have a choice to make.
The sky burns once more as your next adversaries in the right throat. Ugh. I feel like that was a weird noise I just made with my mouth, but okay. Their apparent leader is a bent old cur who regards you with a formal bow. At his side is an intense young man. I hail you, exiles of the Night Wings, and I am grateful that you chose to grace us with your presence once again. I am called Dalbert Oldheart, and this is my son, Almer. He is an honorable cur bent on upholding the sacred traditions of the rites with his son. He's a dutiful foster son of Dalbert Oldheart and is very protective of him above all else. We need not greet them, father. This is the second half of a ship, by the way. We shall face you in this field this night, and may the victor's pyre burn eternal. But first, we offer you a token of good faith, in show of appreciation that the Nightwings have returned. Dalbert approaches you with something in his paw. You sense his motives are sincere as he hands you a small talisman. Tailwind Crest grants the bearer 2 quickness. Thank him and begin. So yeah, he does give the Takumi vibe. Like, I love him. Okay. That cur was very kind, and his son, he was so caring, wasn't he? When can we start? I want to help you beat them. We need 3 of us exactly to conduct a rite, but we've got 4 now besides the reader. This ought to be her call. If someone has to stand aside this time, I volunteer. No volunteering, chum. It ought to be the reader's call, remember? Very well then, reader. Who shall it be? I know we missed Takumi's birthday this week, and I feel bad about it.
The rite shall begin forthwith.
Okay, so I am going to pick... definitely Ruki, but I want to give him this. Yeah, so you can buy talismans in this game, but like, there's really no point because this is the best talisman you get that isn't someone's like personal talisman, and everyone's personal talismans are way better than any talisman you could buy. Don't have to tell me twice, sister. I'm also gonna pick her.
Okay.
Oh, me, thank you. Thank you for believing me, because I think the scribes do too. We'll go Hedwyn. You didn't have to do this, but I'll do my best. If you intend to prevail in the rites, you would be wise not to exclude me next time. I'm sorry, Jodi! I don't think I've ever not taken Jodi into this fight, so... Nightwings, I trust you are all well prepared for these old eyes, yet see that the rite shall be commencing momentarily. Are you quite ready too, my son? I hope so, father. Here, now, let me show you. Thank you for playing the basketball. I don't have to. No problem. Run around, run around.
The Nightwings thus assert themselves.
Yeah, Ruki does, like, less to the pyre, but also Ruki is, like, the fastest one, so he's definitely the easiest one to actually use.
Exactly by the point.
Look forth, my son, the waters of Jomer many mains bring blessings unto the sea. Perhaps our chance has come at last. We need more than blessings to prevail against them, father. Please keep fighting. Collect moondrops. Okay. But yeah, I don't think I've talked about this yet, but... Oh right, those with infinite stamina, better use that. But this game actually progresses even if you don't win. So, like, if I wanted to, I could completely just, like, hands off the controller and let them, like, take my pyre, and the game would still continue. So, you actually, oh my god, Jesus. You actually get different, like, dang it. You actually get different endings depending on, like, if...
No, you don't.
Okay, don't contradict me, Mr. Narrator, man. You actually get different endings depending on, like... Seriously?
Alas.
You don't actually technically get a bad ending, but yeah. You get different, you can get a different ending depending. Oh good, infinite stamina.
Fear not the purifying flame.
I should not try and explain things while playing because I'm not very good at it. Ah! Leave me alone! There we go.
And it is done.
But if you lose, everything is bad ending overall. I mean,
It was a glorious performance, I must say.
I don't want to like spoil anything,
Perhaps you shan't be quite so fortunate next time.
but like the result of the ending is the same. It's just the way it happens is different. So like the way it happens is definitely worse, but you kind of end up getting the same result anyways. I guess we won. I think we did. Too bad about the fate. They seem a decent bunch. An honorable triumvirate determined to uphold the traditions of the rites, led by the cur Dalbert Oldheart, with the help of his adopted son, the savage Almer the Helpless. Helpless? Almer the Helpless, okay. Exiles of the Nightwings, the dawn is yours, and may you earn your freedom. But father, the dawn might have been ours. We failed, and I have failed you. Don't contradict me in my aim to make everyone happy. Okay. Nonsense. We are the fate. We do what is ordained, and nothing less. Now let us go, my son, for I am weary once again.
There is much to learn from this experience.
There can be benefits to, like, losing some of the fights, though. Because I don't think it's, like, a spoiler to say that, like, basically at the end of each cycle, you get to send one person back to the upside. And you get different character endings depending on who's on which side. So, like, for example, hold on, let me pick this real quick. 50% more stamina, which will eventually lead to recovering. Oh, definitely this one.
The Master General reveals his stratagem. It seems the exiled rookie opened up his eyes a bit.
Jump a second or third time while airborne after plunging into the adversary's Pyre Stream returns rather than remaining vanished. What about this one?
A blessing from the Alpha Chief.
Love the asshole narrator, right? But, so like, for example, this, like, K has, like, a ship with, Takudog. Almer. So, like, her ship is with Almer, right? But if you send her up and he's down, then obviously nothing happens. But if, like, they're both upside and, like, or they're both downside, then they, like, get together. And I'm just explaining it for the people who haven't played this game.
Until the stars align.
Hello, excuse me? I mean, would you excuse me for a moment, do you think? You're one of them. What do you want? Father needs me. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I forgot what I was going to say. I'm so embarrassed. What is the matter with you? It is against the rights for us to even speak like this. I didn't know that, I don't think. No one said anything like that to me, but then all this, it's very new to me, and so I thought maybe you cannot be serious. Yes, I mean, I like to laugh. I like to laugh a lot, and you, how about you? This is a Nightwing's trick. Father told me not to speak with any of you. But I have to go. Wait, Almer, wait, I think that was your name. Was that even your name? Wait. Unfortunately, most of the ships in this game are straight, though. Takudog. Am I wrong? No. As you return to the wagon after thwarting the fate, you notice Jodariel tense up and frown. Where did he go? Who? Wait, the sleeping guy? The minstrel, he's gone. You see, it is true. There is no trace of the lone minstrel who had been lying still in the corner of the wagon all this time. You join the others in search for him outside. Your fellow exiles have revealed nothing to you of the lone minstrel or how they found him, though you sense their concern as they scour the vicinity for him. We'll worry about the minstrel, my friend. You worry about the stars. Wherever they guide us, we're going. Haub the Midnight Star. The Midnight Star burns bright over the standing stones at the edge of flagging hand. Interact to determine the location of the next rite. I think we're gonna get T-Zone next. Everyone, we're headed back east, all the way across the valley. Toward the... I don't know how to pronounce that word. Cairn of Haub, then? According to the stars, the next rite celestial commence here. The accursed imp here fell, the mighty bone titan, Shack 6 shoulders. Say that 6 times fast. That's right, we have to risk it. What if that minstrel guy doesn't turn up by then? We shall find him, on this night or another. They continue searching for some time, however the minstrel is nowhere to be found. Let's see here. Kay's Scribe Catcher. The bundle of sticks Kay insisted on hanging in the rafters. She believes it brings good fortune. Kay's status being consoled by Ruki. Oh yeah, if you mouse over their like items, it'll tell you what they're doing when they're off screen. So like Ruki's like hanging out with Kay, consoling Kay about something. Jodariel is nearby. Hedwyn is resting up. After having bested the fate rather decisively last night, you find Jodariel off on her own. You sense she wants to talk about your decision to exclude her from conducting the rite. Reader, you should know that I did not expect to be relegated to being a bystander in this. I respect your decision to exclude me in this case, though at the time I did not think the others would prevail without me. A lesson learned, even at my age. Now if you would excuse me, we will be departing soon. She departs to check on things outside. You sense that she has no misgivings about what transpired and is more concerned at present with the missing minstrel. There is still no sign of the lone minstrel, although Jodariel tracks potential signs of movement east, the same way you are headed. You consider where to search for him. Alright, Jodariel believes the missing minstrel must have taken the same route you took earlier. Hedwyn believes that the missing minstrel could have taken the route opposite to the one you took. I'm gonna go fall flat again, and I have an ulterior motive for that. So I believe, like, which character is on the, like, thing determines who you'll, like, get the next, like, cabin conversation with. And the cabin conversations are, like, where they reveal what they've done. And I want to know what Jodariel did. As you make your way through the desolate sprawl of Fall Flat, there is to show for the missing minstrel a deeper scowl on Jodariel's face. Oh, all there is to show for the missing minstrel is a deeper scowl on Jodariel's face. Blast. I felt certain he would have taken our same route to the Spring of Yomur. It's alright, Jodi. He could have gone anywhere. Likely there will be nothing to be found either way. We should keep moving. You pick up bits and pieces of the minstrel's significance to your fellow exiles. He was there when they first discovered the Black Wagon, but they speak little more of it for now. Stop the wagon. What? How come? Because of her. They're coming for us. We have to be ready, we have to. Does she mean what I think she means? I believe so. Your fellow exiles scramble to prepare the wagon for whatever is out there. Once you help them settle in, perhaps you can learn more of their source of concern. Alright, they are coming for us. They fear the scribes, I know they do. What is she talking about? What's going on? Howlers, lots of them. Now what are we gonna do? They fear the Scribe. Calm yourself, Kay. We shall give them a reason to fear us as well. We'll use the raiments in the book. Indeed. One of us can draw them out under the reader's watch. It shall be just like one of our rites. Sorry, I love this music. It seems we need your help in this, my friend. We just need a volunteer to go with you. I will do it, miss. Please, you have to let me. And the Scribes, they will protect me. I know they will. Jodariel exchanges looks with Hedwyn. Each of them nods at you as if to signal their approval. That howling sound, it means, oh, they're here, oh, by the Scribes, they're here. Okay, I already have aim assist on, thank you. Like, I'm gonna play this game without aim assist, are you kidding me? This is the only time you do this, by the way. This never happens again. It's also very annoying. I completely forget about it too because it only happens once. More, I think there's many more. Oh, here they come, here they come. Like, I'm not even 100% sure why they do this. Since, again, it literally only happens this one time and then never again. And he's gonna... Alright, well, you know what? Can I really not? Is it over now at last? I think it is. Oh, these poor wretched beasts. Just then Kay spots something creeping toward her. Who? What? Cray! Oh god. Ferocious creature. His nose is in the shape of a heart. Push the book. Aww. But yeah, this happens now and never again in the game. It's literally just used to introduce Tizo. The howling subsides as your fellow exiles scramble out to check on Kay. You find her in one piece along with an unfamiliar little face. Ooh. Isn't he the best? Can we keep him? You sense a depth of experience in this creature, at least judging by the Drive Imp standards. In fact, you feel a connection to him. If you concentrate, perhaps you can derive some meaning from his calls and screeches. The Drive Imp seems both excited and frustrated by something. Interact to try and understand him. You sense some pattern in the Drive Imp's screeches. He seems to be welcoming of this. This Drive Imp seems to have a history with your Black Wagon. You are beginning to understand him. Dante, stop that. The Drive Imp recognizes you as the new reader of the Nightwings. He is pleased to meet you. You can now understand the unusual Drive Imp. The Drive Imp seems satisfied at having gotten through to you, and you explain to your companions what little you have learned from him so far. No one argues against letting the creature come along. Inside the wagon, the other Drive Imps stare at him with something like reverence. The Drive Imp joins you. He seems to know his way around. Welcome him aboard. Is this a war criminal? Oh my god. He just does his best. He seems to have something on his mind. You can see the little imp has made himself at home. He rushes right up to you. Your new companion seems very pleased to be in the wagon. He indicates that he was able to find you thanks to the swarm of Howlers. He has no love of Howlers, and they know not to mess with him either. He plans to set up a nest that should ward off any further trouble from them. He looks forward to the road ahead with everyone and believes it shall be worth it. He seems to be saying he is happy to be back where he belongs and he urges you to keep going. He bounds off towards his brother and settled in the wagon's rafters. Yeah, because Tizo scares him off. I guess he's not in our roster yet, but yeah, okay, so the races are Nomad, Demon, Cur, Savage, and then I think, like, Imp is what Tizo is. And then I think we still have, to get a harp, whatever the worm things are. I don't remember what they're called. It's probably like worm. Lick Sand. I guess we're going Lick Sand. An arid southern pass toward the ominous cairn of Haub. Your new imp friend seems insistent that you take this path bearing east. They're so cute! Ferdinand vibes. Hedwyn orders the wagon to a halt somewhere in the stark badlands of Jomer Valley. There is someone on the road. Be careful, everyone. The figure watching the black wagon from afar approaches, arms spread wide, although a hat and cloak conceal the figure's features. Then the imp rushes out toward whomever it is. The imp is very riled up at the sight of whoever is approaching, though in almost a joyous way. Tizo, it's good to see you, and you found the others, even faster than expected. Tizo, he's a venerable drive imp who seems to know the ins and outs of the Nightwing's black wagon. The imp called Tizo appears very pleased. The lone minstrel turns toward the rest of you. Hello, we have not met, but I know who you are, or who you must be. I returned as promptly as I could. I was gonna call him Moonnan. Have you walked with the scribes themselves? Because I think maybe you have. Hello indeed, you had us worried when you took off. I should knock him back into his slumber. Dodari'll step on me. I did not aim to cause you such concern. As soon as I awakened, I had to notify my client that the Nightwings had returned. Your client? Aye, my client, Sandalwood. He is your point of contact, as I understand. You did not find his wagon by mistake. So, what now? You continue down the path. That is why I am here. When we meet my client, he shall explain. For now, you have a job to do. I assure you that I shall not interfere. But I mean to accompany you. Would that be alright? Hedwyn and the others exchange looks. Welcome back, minstrel. You got a name? I am sometimes called Tariq. It is a pleasure to meet you, Nightwings. Hopefully I'm pronouncing all these names right. He appears to be a traveling musician, yet seems to be connected to the Rite. The lone minstrel returns to the black wagon with your fellow exiles. Call them allies. The lone minstrel rejoined the group. Journey onward. The cairn of Haub is a foreboding sight. It is here that the next rite shall soon commence. Whatever. Close enough. Reader, if you have a moment once we are settled on these grounds, I wish to speak to you in the wagon at your leisure. Page revealed the rope collar. White lute, the lone minstrel Tariq's musical instrument with which he chronicles great deeds through song. Interact to listen to various music requests. Yeah, it's like a jukebox. As a white lute chronicled the journey of the Nightwings through song. Using it, you may hear glimpses of your past experience across the downside. So I think you can only do songs you've heard so far. Yeah. Oh, do we get Thrash Pack soon? The lone minstrel seems to have situated himself in the wagon. He is very still, not unlike when he was sleeping. Reader, I shall keep this brief, as you shortly have a rite you must conduct. You have read something in the Book of Rites, which means that you may know something of my nature. Oh, it's so good. It's probably one of my favorite songs. On the contrary, you do not know what he means, and he soon senses this. Forgive me, for I spoke too soon. Suffice to say, I have served the Night Wings for some time. Conduct the rites with glory, and you shall achieve what you seek. The lone minstrel nods farewell to you and steps away. Speaking of the Book of Rites, they get more pages? No, okay. The rope collar. I knew it was a fool's errand, but my liege, he would not listen. He insisted instead to pursue a certain treasure, a celestial orb, freshly fallen from the heavens in the reaches of the downside. He would be a living legend if only he could grasp it, whispered in his ear that Kaelmer rope collar, his elder and most trusted aide, would that I slew the man myself. He was a simple and yet brilliant ruse. His was a simple and yet brilliant ruse to draw the Emperor further still from his responsibilities and towards his greed. Thus did the Emperor begin an expedition into the Forsaken Lands. He insisted that he go himself. Okay, let's see here. Slug market. Hey guys, fancy running into you this side of the sand. So what can I do for you? Ron, how'd you make it all this way ahead of us? Come on now, Mr. Greentail, you can't give up all my business secrets, am I right? What I can do, though, seeing as you've been such a good customer and all, is provide for you a sample of a little something you might like. Little something. Here, check this out. Seeing as you bought that moon crest thinger from me last time, why, I'm just thinking you could use this, and I got more if you want. You received a pinch of stardust. It does seem useful. Thanks, bruh. I know you're gonna like that stuff, guys. It's pretty woo! Know what I mean? And if you want some more now, I know that just the individual and his dad who can get it. Catch my meaning? Yeah, just stop on by some other time. Genshin has forever ruined the word Stardust for me. Oh, I'm sorry. R.I.P. You guys really are my favorite customers, you know? But yeah, the reason why it's kind of useless to buy any other talismans is talismans is because the quickness one that you get is the best one, and then you really want to be spending your money buying Stardust to upgrade all of the talismans instead of like buying new ones. You and your fellow exiles gather around the sacred site known as the Cairn of Haub, expecting the hour that the rites are to commence again. All is quiet for a time, and then... This is Thrashback. From out of nowhere charges a gangly cur. He stops short and gives you a mighty sneer. That's Barker Ashpaws. Real piece of work. Just don't make eye contact. Troublemaking cur who thrills in the defeat of the triumvirates who stand against him. Oh, would you look at this lot? Even got one of our own, consorting with the two-leggers. You're a disgrace there, mate, you realize? Good to see you, Barker. You're looking well. Didn't know you knew about the rites. I feel like he's supposed to have, like, a really, like, British accent here, but I'm not even gonna try. Oh, I know about a lot of rights, know about a lot of things, my friend. For instance, I know you're going to be very, very sad after we wipe the floor with you here. Don't know whose back you scratched to earn yourself a spot on the high and mighty Night Wings there, but I'm gonna make sure all you regret it, because why not? Sounds good, sounds good. The cur Barker laughs away as his pack stumbles after him. You hear them howling and cackling as the stars above begin to glow. Night, Nana.
Welcome, dear reader, to the splendors of the accursed Cairn of Haub.
Cairn.
You shall find the downside grows less pleasant from this point. But first, there's a tradition to uphold. This time you stand against the Dissidents. Even now they hunger to defeat you. Perhaps not simply to regain their freedom, but to deny you yours.
As the stars shine down upon you, the pack of curs you stand against this night continue hooting and howling. Oi, come on, you lot, let's boil some blood. Then Ruki pulls you aside. Look, sister, I don't know how to say this, but I can't go against these guys. Just trust me on this one, okay? You sense he means it. You make a mental note to ask him about his history with Barker whenever time permits. It's alright, Ruki, we can take care of him. Begging your pardon, but if you need another to stand at your side this night, I have someone here who I would recommend. Whom? Do not be coy with us, minstrel. Don the robes if you intend to stand with us. Oh, I did not mean myself. The rites are not for me. I was instead referring to this little one. A creature wearing tiny raiments appears at the lone minstrel's side. Tizo seems to be volunteering to take on your adversaries, the Dissidents. Absurd. This imp knows the right. He knows a great deal. So long as the Nightwings stand together, he shall be at their side. So you need not take my word for it. Tizo, our adversaries seem to be preoccupied. Perhaps you might quickly show our comrades what you can do. The little imp peers at you. You sense his connection to the rites as he awaits your guidance. Tizo seems excited to demonstrate some of his favorite tricks. Reader, influencing Tizo may take some getting used to. He's inviting you to try.
Another joins your ranks.
So yeah, he's so cute.
A mere imp. Although, no, it cannot be.
But yeah, his thing is that he flies.
We shall see what comes of this new partnership of yours.
Hold B to implode. Yeah, he implodes himself. But yeah, you will find actually that this is extremely busted. Tizo is probably one of your best characters in this game. Because, like, most of the enemy teams can't fly, and flying is broken. And Tizo's personal talisman makes it so he can fly infinitely. Well done as ever, Tizo. Tizo is happy to lend his support during the rites if you could use his help. Well then, reader, who shall conduct the rites in the name of the Nightwings?
Who shall conduct the rite?
So we definitely want to bring Tizo along. First things first, I'm going to take Ruki's talisman, slap a couple, Stardust on it to upgrade it. And it's Tizo.
Tizo.
And then I'll also bring... Dariel. And Hedwyn.
Hedwyn. It is done.
Our adversary shall be quick. Be ready. Come on, boys. Let's get him.
Commence. Nightwings make their mark upon the blade.
Yeah, Tizo is like easy mode. And then once you get the harp character, no, that's not what I wanted. Do not make me play Jodi.
Resplendent.
They can jump and get you while you're flying, but like Depending on the difficulty level you're playing on, the likelihood of them actually jumping to kill you is, like, not super crazy. Run, Hedwyn! Okay. Alright, you lot, that does it. No more fussing around, right? My boys and me, we're proper angry now. Good for you.
Careful now. Your adversary Barker there seems rather fired up. Whatever shall you do against so fierce a foe? The flames of freedom. Your victory is at hand. Goodbye, Hedwyn.
That was my bad.
Your pyre sputters.
Oh, boo-hoo. I'm really just here to get Tizo back. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Now toward their flames. And it is.
There we go.
The Nightwings prevail yet again. Accomplished effortlessly, I might add.
And I'm even playing on normal difficulty. I normally play on baby difficulty. Tizo is excited to have prevailed in his first Rite with your group. Perhaps now they shall learn some humility. Well, I'll be a heaping ball of dung. But I just can't believe you shoddy lot showed us what for like that. My boys and I will have to take you just a tad more serious next time. Till then, you just be sure to tell old Rookie Greentail that yours truly, he remembers everything, you hear? So yeah, Rookie has a relationship with, the Dissidents.
A flash of inspiration for next time. Enlightenment seldom avails itself to simple imps.
Tizo feels solemn respect for the rites and all their myriad of complexities. Tizo was most bachelor. Interesting. These are drops that improve moonshine. I think I usually go with this one.
Tis the influence of the imp scribe.
I usually pick this one because being able to move faster while fluttering is, like, pretty good. Splendid was your guide into the Nightwings, reader. Your fellows are fortunate to have found one such as you. May you find the freedom that you seek. After triumphing over the Dissidents with great prowess, you return to the wagon to recover from the night's ordeal and figure out how best to proceed. A triumvirate of anarchists who conduct the rites for sheer thrill, led by the cur Barker Ashpaws. You alright, Rookie? Think so, chum, just need a little time. Didn't count on Barker being caught up in all this. You don't owe him your conscience. You'll sort things out with him. You always do. I do not wish to interrupt, but the dark of night is waning. Reader, would you join us outside, please? You find Jodariel and the lone minstrel gazing into the sky above the valley, which is beginning to grow pale. Seek now your destination. Melithe, the Bog Star. The Bog Star burns bright over a fetid cavern in Flagging Hand. Then it is as I feared. We are to press further north beneath the valley into Flagging Hand. A gloom-filled, desolate region of the downside beyond which lies the sea, a fetid sprawl of noisome, festering, unpleasant adjectives, basically a disgusting swamp pit. The scribes are watching over us. They will protect us wherever we should go. Had you been to Flagging Hands, you would not say such things. The scribes have surely turned their backs on that place. If I may, the bleakness of Flagging Hands shall wear upon you, to be sure. I urge for you to take what rest you can, for you shall need your strength upon the road ahead. Your fellow exiles agree to turn in for the remainder of the night. At dawn, you shall have to press deeper into the downside. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I brought down a bottle of water and I can't open it, so we will see how that goes. You can tell something is troubling Rookie, though he seems relieved to see you. Hey, sister, listen, I gotta level with you real quick. You remember Barker, don't you? Not exactly easy to forget, though believe me, I try. Well, he's got me by the scruff. I've been down here a little while, as you can see by now, but Barker, he's been here longer. He's made quite the name down here. As for me, I needed help, you understand. I had a certain standard to uphold. So I figured he would be the one to ask. Then Rookie hesitates. But then his familiar grin returns. So what if I owe him though, right, sister? I got people back on the other side, and just between us, we're loaded. I mean rich. Yeah, you sure scream being rich, Rookie. My little problem with Barker, soon it's gonna take care of itself, just as soon as my people send the money through. So, I am telling you right here and now, don't you even worry about it, and I'm sure everything on that front is going to end up real tidy real soon. Well, if you're so insistent, I'm sure that nothing could possibly go wrong. With that, he scampers off before you can respond. It seems Rookie owes a debt of some sort. What's on the line, exactly you're unsure. Aw, Tizo's nest. Various scraps and things laced together with bits of ribbon and fabric, topped off with a plush fish. And he is currently training with Kay. I don't think you have to unlock anything for Tizo's bio, maybe? Yeah, because he was born in the downside, so the years exiled stuff is not applicable. Come dawn, you find Hedwyn and Jodariel assessing the current situation with the minstrel. Are you most certain? Aye, madam, I make no claim the journey shall be pleasant, but it is necessary. Hedwyn motions to you as they continue talking. Ugh. Seems we'll have some work to do once we arrive in Flagging Hands. Let's get going, as soon as you're ready. Sooner we get there, sooner we can leave. I gotta say, the backgrounds in this game are absolutely amazing. The Flagging Hands region provides as dismal as Jodariel indicated. The air is thick and foul. How about the Pill of Melethe? According to the stars, the next rite shall soon commence here. A fetid den in which the witch Melethe sealed the physical form of Yizlok the Astralborn. All the way across the marshlands on the coast. Reader, would you join me in the wagon for a moment? We have matters to discuss. Jodariel and Hedwyn exchange looks, then she turns to you. Go see what he wants. Thank you for your time, reader. I have something for you on behalf of my client. Before you is an artifact called the Beyonder Crystal. An ancient artifact connected to the Rite. Should the reader manage in your eyes, present this crystal only then, a message to the lone minstrel. You observe the shimmering crystal of some sort beside the Book of Rite. As you have surmised, the triumvirates you have to confront during the Rite shall stop at nothing to prevail against you. They have prepared for this for quite some time. The Beyonder Crystal may help ensure that you are well prepared in turn. It is a resource now at your disposal to be used at your discretion. Gaze upon it and you shall see what I mean. Henceforth, you may use the Beyonder Crystal. It is calling to you. Beyonder Crystal seeks Rookie. You look upon the shimmering surface of the Beyonder crystal. Some of your senses fail, though you retain hold over your consciousness. An apparition appears before you, clad in the raiments of the rites, but incorporeal. I love her. You'll see what I mean. I sense that you are not a total idiot. She reaches for the clasps on her mask. So the Night Wings have returned. Oh, but where are my manners? You must be their lovely reader. Please, call me Sandra. She is a wraith, expelled for eternity within the Beyonder crystal and bound to serve the Rite. Right? We met briefly before, when you first beheld the book, but when you were stuck inside of it, I was among the phantoms your companions banished there, no doubt stroking their egos. You listened well enough to that damned voice. Now I suggest you listened well to me. Described within the book, it calls to you during the rites and reminds you of your exile. Yeah, we noticed. I am bound in servitude to you, along with any idiots whose freedom happen to be intertwined with yours. I know the rites better than anyone. I soon can whip you into shape if you but take advantage of my services. First, I offer scribe trials to those friends of yours. If they pass, it shall be worth their while and yours. A standard series of special challenges custom tailored to each of your fellow exiles. Secondly, my Beyonders and I avail ourselves for practice rites should you be so inclined. The Beyonders are a spectral triumvirate banished for eternity and trapped within the rites, led by the wraith called Sandra the Unseeing. And practice rites are no strings attached training competitions between your fellow exiles and Sandra's Beyonders. Or you could always come and chat and briefly free me from an eternity of boredom. Yeah, we can talk to her. She's Peak. I do appreciate the effort to make small talk with me, reader. Anything to break from the monotony of staring at the void within this place. Not that I could see it if I tried. She laughs at this, or maybe at herself. Certainly I could make talk with my fellow Beyonders, trapped here as they are with me. You might expect that we would all keep each other company. There's just one problem there, however. We're all sick of one another. She laughs again, perhaps not at her joke, but instead at her predicament. I do exaggerate to some extent, but there is a certain truth to this. We have been stuck together long enough that we have grown more distant rather than more close. But I had best not wear out my welcome with the likes of you, as I have long since done with all the others here. So carry on for now, and if those fools with whom you travel learn something, come bring them forth to me, and I shall see to it that they learn some more. Indeed, it looks as though one of those failures of yours is ready for a lesson in pain. I am ready for a lesson in pain. So, this is how you get everyone's, personal talisman. And this is where this, Tailwind crest really comes in handy. Especially for, the slow characters like Jodariel. We'll see if we can do this. You asked Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Ruki. What, the loudmouthed cur? Well, I suppose that he is ready, technically, though I have a litany of reservations about him. But let's bring him forth. Soon Ruki appears in heat of the summit. Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Okay, gotta get my, gamer mode on. Alright, what's the big idea, huh? This some kind of trick you're playing, sister? The apparition Sandra then appears and unfastens her mask. Shut your snout and listen well, cur. You answer to me here. What? Your mouth runs quicker than those stubby little paws. You have much to learn if you have any intent to prevail in the rites. Let us see how you fare without the benefit of your trusted comrades, save for your lovely reader. I guess it's you and me then, huh, sister? Wherever you are. So yeah, it's a 3-on-1, and I already suck. What? I did not realize that those little words on the ground actually did something. Might be. Okay. Yeah, Sandra can insult me any day, and this is very hard. go. Oh my god, I missed! Oh no, I got it. Okay. But yeah, these are actually like really challenging because they always do, it's always 3-on-1 and they always pick 3 like enemy types that are like the hardest for you to deal with. So like Rookie is small and fast, but he has a very small aura, which means that it's really hard for him to kind of get around the demon type big enemies. So it's gonna be a bit of like just trying to draw them out so I can actually like run to the pyre. There we go. That is how we do it, right, sister? It is, and you acknowledged likewise that you did not do it on your own, despite having to face my demon friends all by yourself. You passed my test, Per. Congratulations are in order, both to you and to your lovely reader. Now farewell. That Sandra kind of gives me the shakes, you know what I mean, sister? Hey, what's that you got? You received Jomer's Fang for completing Rookie's trial. So yeah, that's his, like, custom talisman that only he can use. After Rookie casts his aura, it lingers longer than usual. Some of these are way more useful than others. I think Jodariel's is probably the hardest one of those just because she is so slow. You find everyone is feeling rather miserable. You sense that just being in flagging hands eats away at one's spirit. Only the Tizo seems unaffected. Most of your fellow exiles lost one hope for the next rite. Suffer alongside them. A moment, reader. There are several courses we may take through flagging hands. If you choose to prolong your stay, it may be worth your while. However, your companion's spirits shall likely suffer more. Okay. Fallowfield. The south route to Flagging Hands crosses diseased and wilted plant. The Lone Minstrel says you can improve a talisman if you take a job here. Plaguemont. The middle route through Flagging Hands cuts straight to the pit of Malith. If Hedwyn suggests taking the faster route will reduce your companion's lost hope. And Coldmoat. The north route through Flagging Hands crosses a mass grave. The Lone Minstrel says you can get a valuable item if you take a job here. So yeah, this just like makes it, you can either go the most direct route or you could take a side path and you like get a penalty, but you also get, or like an item. I think I want to go Fallowfield. The south route through Flagging Hands is bleakness and decay. No one speaks, yet you sense despair encroaching upon the minds of your companions. Only Tizo seems unaffected. Most of your fellow exiles lost one hope for the next rite. Suffer alongside them. Later, you accompany the Lone Minstrel in pursuit of what you came to find. The bog dwellers of Flagging Hands are some of the only creatures that can stand it here, even they just barely. This particular region is the agricultural heart of the area, but as you can see, there is little left to harvest. Perhaps though you can help them plant a stronger crop. The Lone Minstrel leads you to a sad little patch of mud. He leans down and speaks into the earth. Hail, O bog dweller, I have brought you a reader. Please tell her what you need. Ugh. Some sort of creature shambles forth. With broken hands, it points you to a collection of foul seeds and simple garden tools. It is work familiar to you, and to your surprise, the soil is rich and fertile. Grains and other crops could grow. The planting job proves simple enough. It is almost a relief from all your travels. It is a modest effort on your part, yet the bog dweller seems elated, as much as can be said of such a creature. It insists on paying you for your assistance. You received a dash of stardust. It shimmers in the dim light. Journey onward. I don't think I've ever done that one before. By the time you reach the Pit of Malith, everyone besides the Imp Tizo seems to be feeling even worse than before. You sense their desire to leave this place as soon as possible. Most of your fellow exiles lost one hope for the next Rite. Prepare for the Rite anyway. Page revealed the Empire has collapsed. Interesting. It was not long before the Empire began to crumble. With my liege gone, his own country quickly turned upon itself. I must admit that this collapse had started long before the Emperor's disappearance. His decision to give chase after a myth but hastened the inevitable. All the while, the rope collar stood by, awaiting such a time as he could rule in my liege's stead. He would be our people's savior. His first charge was to organize a search for the missing Solium Myrrh. Warriors, pathfinders, and scholars heard the call and prepared to seek him out. You find Ruki rummaging in the corner of the black wagon. Hey sister, know what? It's good having somebody else around besides those two. So, come to think of it, there's something I wanted to get your take on, and you have to promise to tell me honestly. Would you say... What I mean is, he hesitates trying to find the words. Look, I'm just gonna say it. You sense something serious is troubling him. He moves in very close, making sure no one else is in earshot. It's about my mustache. I've been getting some conflicting reports about it. Would you say my mustache, that it makes me look a bit, you know, unscrupulous? Ricky wishes to know if you think his mustache suits him. Yeah. Say it looks perfectly fine. Something about it makes him appear less trustworthy and perhaps less youthful too. Say nothing. I'm gonna make him shave it. I don't care what anyone thinks. Say he might be better off without it. You suggest that Ruki might appear more presentable without the mustache. He stares up toward the ceiling for several moments and breathes a sigh. I'll be right back. Then he scurries away. You hear him making quite a racket for a while. Just had to go take care of something real quick, sister. Now if you'll excuse me, I gotta go check the wheels again for mites. He bounds off out of the wagon. Ruki gained one hope for the next Rite. Yeah, I always make him take the mustache off. I hate it. Oh hey you guys, you know this place, a lot of folks but not a lot of customers, know what I mean? So have a look around. I'm just here for your stardust. Pleasure doing business with you guys, so I think that this is the this fight has really good music too, if it's the one I'm thinking of. As you make preparations for the coming Rite, you wonder if the stars above will even be visible through the dense fog hanging over the Pit of Malith. Then, Tizo seems to be very concerned by something in the vicinity. The little imp disappears in a hurry. Oh, is Tizo alright? He was so frightened. He was not frightened, he was issuing a warning. Silence, everyone, take cover. Jodario makes quick note of several hiding places among the crags and rotted husks. You wait. Something about this place dampens your senses. All you feel is a creeping dread. Then from the shadows, a writhing shape slides forward, its hulking form draped in raiment. The shape stops. Slowly, its head turns from one of you to the next, each in turn. Wise of you to hide yourselves from us, little night wings. Ye trespass on the resting place of the astral-born. We shall see when the stars muster the courage to illuminate this place. The creature vanishes into the dark. After a time, your companions reconvene. That was a bog crone. Serpentine creatures native to the Commonwealth's southern bogs, widely feared. Though formerly part of the Commonwealth, the bog crones tend to keep to themselves. Indeed, that was the witch Udmilde of the Withdrawn. She's an ancient witch with an unhealthy obsession for Yislak, the astral-born monstrosity. The Withdrawn is a triumvirate of bog dwellers, compelled by the sinister forces to return rather than by freedom. Led by the crone witch Udmilde. I don't know. Iso makes clear that he has no love of Udmilde. Although the rites dictate she cannot harm you bodily, with her, best not to take any unnecessary chances. We'll take what chances we can get in all this. Everyone, it's time. Oh my god, why is this water bottle so hard to open? Or am I just like really pathetic?
You made it, reader. Made it all the way to the detestable pit of Melith. In doing so, of course, you have disturbed your ancient adversaries, the Withdrawn.
Alright, I'm just gonna be parched.
The deranged witch who leads them has big plans in store, should she prevail in all this. Now, as you know, I normally would wish you a shameful defeat. But in this case, I wish you a little bit of luck.
Snarky narrator is snarky. The crone witch Udmilde sees her companions gathered by their pyre. A little flame is all that shall never warm me here, much less survive the night. Hear us, Yislak, make the night wings suffer. Yislak is a monstrosity described in myths and ballads, thought slain by the 8 Scribes. Even in death, the astral-born yet feeds upon our world unsated by its own. From what I gather, Yislak is kinda like Cthulhu. Rookie trots forward from your ranks. Listen here, you old bag. You don't scare any of us one bit, you or your buddy Yislak. Now, we doing this or what? The question hangs in the air for longer than is comfortable. It does not seem to have drawn Udmilde's attention, however. Rookie begins to squirm a bit. Then Udmilde moves her slender fingers to her mask. Foolish Yislak shall grow. Yislak shall grow, Yislak shall grow. He shall consume ye ere your little flame has died. That we shall ensure. Udmilde slides off toward her followers. Rookie remains motionless for a time. Oh,
Now we shall get started.
Okay, let's do Rookie.
Rookie.
Who haven't I used lately? I'll take her. Fine, I will equip her with a freaking talisman. Okay.
Okay.
On the 19th, there's a Dimitri Con where Japanese artists display their works in a virtual venue. Oh, I think I saw that. They did that last year, right? I remember seeing screenshots of it. Alright, let's get this upgraded. Oh wait, no, I wanted to take these though. Or maybe I'll take... No, I'll take these though. I can't buy anything, but it's really cute how each ship has their own space every area. Yeah, I remember seeing screenshots of that. I didn't actually look at it myself though, because I didn't know what was going on. Tizo.
The choice is cast.
Tizo is ready to take on the Withdrawn alongside Rookie K. No matter where ye go, ye Slock shall find ye and devour. Pinky.
Now begin. In honor of the Scribes.
Just did it quickly. Go, Tizo, go!
As per the sacred law.
Oh. But yeah, hopefully Dimmido has a good showing this year. I'd give my left arm if they were Dimitri's most popular ship, not gonna lie. Oh my god. But yeah, this game is really not that hard. I mean, there are more challenging difficulties, but
so it is.
I don't play on those. The lifeblood of Yslock, it flows within this lair, and beneath this world, his lifeblood, it shall engulf ye in such a blackness and despair. Right, I forget what that does.
The witch invokes a profane name I shan't repeat. Best beware her foul sorceries.
Okay, that was just rude.
Quite an exchange.
Are you kidding? Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me.
Now plunge into the flames.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yes. Oh. Such a display.
Why is this suddenly so much harder?
Another banishment. Righteous fire.
But yeah, that doesn't really, nope. That doesn't really surprise me, since those are his biggest ship. I'd still give my left arm for Dimmido to be his biggest ship, though. My beloved. Where did you even come from? Yeah, I'm not.
Their aim was true, and thus your pyre wanes.
We might turn baby mode back on.
Good.
Okay.
The Night Wings once again prevail.
You know, I just want to surprise.
You deserve their freedom after all. The Rite is done.
See those Bog Dwellers? They're just a bunch of hissy talk. The Scribes, they vanquished Yslock, just as we prevailed tonight. Tizo praises everyone's courage against Sudmilde and the Withdrawn. Yslock, we have failed thee, and the dead shall be repaid in blood, or thee shall be repaid in blood. As for ye fools, ye shall be consumed, and everything around, from the soil to the stars, ye shall see.
Boundless Endless are the teachings of the Scribes. Something's awakened in the Moontouched girl.
The Scribes, they whisper to me, they do from time to time. Okay, what's this? Vanished while jumping, she shall instantly return at the origin of her jump. While grasping the orb, Kay sprints and jumps without using stamina. That's way better. Yeah.
A devious trick from the rope collar. Until the stars align.
Having boarded the Withdrawn in a convincing manner, you and the others have some moments to recover from the ordeal in the relative safety of the Black Wagon. So, when can we get out of here? What, Greentail? Had enough of Udmilde's hospitality for the time? Oh, Jodi, yeah, thanks, I'm good. The reader and the stars will point the way as ever. It's just, so far we've kept on going north. If that's the case, again, this time, the Sea of Solace spreads north and west from here for untold leagues. I could not tell you when last a vessel dared to sail those waters. The Sea of Solace, an impossible oceanic expanse pockmarked by crude little islets. Attempts to sail across the drowned sea do not usually turn out so well. Tiso asserts himself during the conversation. What is the matter, little one? Tiso is trying to get you to come look at something outside the wagon. Reader, please go see what he wants. You excuse yourself and follow the imp into the dark of night. You find Kay and the lone minstrel already gazing up at the stars. Can you not read the stars yourself then, Mr. Minstrel? I fear it is not so simple as matters of can or cannot when it comes to me, Kay. We shall see what the reader has to say for this her charge. And here she is, in fact. Thank you for fetching her, Tiso. Tiso is happy to have obliged the lone minstrel. Reader, it would seem that the skies have cleared to some extent. Please look upon the stars and see where they compel us to go next. You look toward the heavens. Seek now your destination. It's up here somewhere. Horus, the Azure Star. The Azure Star burns bright over the ruins of a lost frigate in the Sea of Solace. The Rites beckon you still further north, toward the middle of the Sea of Solace. That's not good. You're joking, right, sister? Does the reader seem to be the joking type, you Greentail? We do not argue with the stars. You talk like we can just go right out into the water. Pardon my interruption, though perhaps we can. Say what? My client, Sandalwood, he has a way of anticipating such eventualities. West of here lies a place called Big Bertrude. The proprietor is an old companion of his. She may be able to assist us. A small bog dweller outpost at the edge of the sea. All sorts of contraband used to come through here, some of it fatal if touched or inhaled. Interesting. Hedwyn's smile returns. That sounds like our best shot right now. Let's pack it up and move as soon as possible. Greetings, reader. It is good that you are here, for there is something that I wish to tell you privately. If you have a moment, I shall not keep you long, though I know your time is precious. Hear him out. You bid him to continue and make clear your interest in whatever he has to say. Very well, and thank you for your time. And I should further note, matters that pertain directly to the rites I must reveal to you alone, for thus I am obliged. In any case, when you confronted the Withdrawn, the witch Udmilde, you may recall she tended to invoke a certain name. Yslock, the Astralborn. I hesitate to say it even now. You would be forgiven if you took the ravings of Udmilde for mere nonsense. However, her words, as it turns out, ring with a certain truth. Before the union of the 8 scribes, when first they found themselves here in the downside, this land was even less hospitable, as if that can be believed. It was ruled over by the greater Titan. The one called Yslock was the eldest and most fearsome of the lot. and the Greater Titans are colossal monsters that once roamed the downside. The Scribes together slew them one by one, and through this forged their bond. So basically, all of the places we've been going for the rites have been like their corpses, pretty much. Just the same, the Scribes managed to defeat it. They later used Yislok's own hide and inker to bind the Book of Rite. Ew, I'm like touching Cthulhu's skin when I read that book. However, Yislok did not truly die, for by some accounts, it seems to be incapable of death. The creature is regenerating even now, though very, very slowly. Its vow to devour this land and everything in it, only then it can return unto whatever plane that banished it to ours. So, in a way, it is in exile just like you. If ever should the creature be reborn, it shall be many ages hence. Thus the ravings of Udmilde are more or less inconsequential for the while. Yet the history of Yislok is inexorably linked to the rites, and therefore must be known. I trust your research of the book shall lead you to discover more in time. I hope all this is of some reassurance, and now I leave you to your more immediate concerns. I shall go check to see how everyone is faring at the time. He heads out into the evening, bidding you a good rest of the evening. So yeah, I think I can see that in places they were probably inspired a bit by Greek mythology. Because, you know, they have like the 8 scribes killing the titans and all that. So I'm kind of not surprised that Hades was their next project after this one. Oh, we're like right there, okay. Oh my god, I opened the water bottle. God bless, okay. This is the place. Let's go see my client's companion as soon as you are ready. Big Bertrude is a thickly gathering of bog dwellers who stay within shadows, yet you can feel their eyes surveying everything. The lone minstrel steps forward. Sandalwood sent us. Those words are enough to make the bog dwellers snap to attention. They emerge from the mud and dark and begin inspecting your black wagon with their strange tools. Weird question, but do vampires also have pointy bottom canines? And if not, wouldn't that it'd be just as, I mean, sometimes I see them with pointy bottom canines, sometimes not. I agree though, it is very sexy of them. One of the bog dwellers slithers forth. She is larger than the rest and leaves no doubt that she commands the others. Thou speakest the name Sandalwood. We would know his whereabouts. Reveal them to us. Good day to you, Big Bertrude. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, for Sandalwood always spoke highly of you and your handiwork. She's a bog dweller once feared and respected in the Commonwealth for her sorceress work, and yeah. Did he? In turn, we know who thou must be, yet thou speakest of the past. Sandalwood doth he that yet lives, speak plain and quickly. To be quite frank with you, madam, I do not know for certain, for I have been apart from him for some time, carrying out his will, though I have every faith that I, Sandalwood, live. As for his current whereabouts, I understand that he awaits us somewhere near Wakingwood beyond the waters. Wakingwood, a labyrinth of a forest on the western half of the Black Basin. Few know their way around it. The path to the sacred Mount Aladil lies far beyond these suffocating woods. We wish to seek him there, though as you can see, our wagon is ill-suited for the task. The one called Bertrude frowns at this, studying the lone minstrel all the while. Indeed, then leave us, return at dawn, that is all. By your grace, Big Bertrude. The lone minstrel turns away, but Hedwyn stops him. Hold on, are you sure about this, leaving the wagon in their care? All should be in accordance with my client's plan. You keep calling Sandalwood your client. He must reward you well. Aye, in a manner of speaking, he helped me find a sense of purpose I thought lost. Hedwyn nods at this, then turns to you. Well, my friend, I guess we'll see what happens, right? I'm off to let the others know. You find yourself with time for your vocations, while the bog dwellers go about their business. You excuse yourself from the others to go pore over the Book of Rites and its mysteries. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Let's get another quickness. The 8 scribes who composed the book, their influence and their experience spreads through the pages into the willing reader's deepest consciousness. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. More celerity. So now everyone has +2 quickness instead of just plus, like, 0. The lone minstrel finds you early the next day. Reader, it is ready. Please come have a look. The others are already there. Step inside. Oh, we have a shelf now. The black wagon appears different now than it did even a day before. The hull is fully sealed and reinforced, and all manner of nautical equipment adorns the port side. Wow. You people seeing this? I'm gonna have a look around. The wagon should be fit for sea voyage. Let us depart at your earliest convenience. What about Big Bertrude? She then appears as if on cue. Tell that Sandalwood he owes us twice over. If I may, Big Bertrude, you can tell him yourself. If you wish to accompany us in our voyage north, our group would welcome someone of your vast experience. Dare thee make flirtations upon us? No, enough. But should ye see that Sandalwood, tell him also to come and visit us again. Now be gone from here and tell no one that we were paid in favors. She slithers off without another word. Soon the lone minstrel breaks the silence. We are fortunate that she assisted us, but we should go, just as she said. I know the navigational controls and shall explain. This is so exciting. I don't know how to swim. Tizo seems to share Kay's enthusiasm for heading out to sea. I am beginning to feel ill already. The sea of solace awaits. Set sail. Well, first things first, can I turn it back to baby mode? I can! Okay, we're going baby mode. You've not yet been to this region of the downside. Before she left, Big Bertrude shared knowledge of a current that should draw you out to sea. Flirtations. I mean, okay, like, I wouldn't say no. You know what I mean? We gotta go get, Ferdinand von Wyrmy next. You and your companions watch the sea as your wagon rolls over the gentle waves. We have crossed into Worm Gulf. I hope that you are all acclimating well. A tempestuous sea of solace lies beyond this death still body of water. Exiled worms from the sea dominion naturally congregate around here. There is no acclimating to these worm-infested waters. We risk everything to sail here. Worm. Exiled worms of the Sea Dominion tend to seek out the cold of the downside seas. Known for being reckless and single-minded, they were perfectly suited to fill the Commonwealth's front lines. As long as we follow the cold current Big Bertrude indicated, we shall be safe. If the next ride is in the middle of the sea, how will our adversaries meet us there? They shall find their way as we find ours. It is all part of the Scribe's design. Now, reader, please confirm the next point on our sea journey. We seek the Hulk of Oris. Oris? I don't know. A carcass of the doomed exploring vessel Dazrabon, lost in the waters of the downside. I guess we have to go this way. Our boat jumped. The sailing music has such a chill vibe. The wagon continues rolling gently across the waves, which seems to you a welcome change of pace after having come from flagging hands not long ago. However, Jodariel seems more concerned now than before and paces ceaselessly. When she notices Ruki, she stops him for some questioning. Greentail, how is he doing? Who, Hedwyn? Oh, he's pretty much the same. Been up all night, retching into the waters. If I had to guess, his first time out at sea? His first. She turns to you. Reader, please come check on Hedwyn when you have the opportunity. He requires our support, and we require his swift recovery. You wish them a good afternoon as you go check up on the others in the group. Later you find Hedwyn looking out of sorts. Oh, hello my friend. It's just, the sea hasn't been good for me, I guess. It's funny, all this trouble just to get back to the Commonwealth of all places. Hey, tell me something. What do you miss the most about that place? Book collection, friends, food, nothing. I'm gonna go with books. You tell him that you missed your book collection most of all after having taken many pains and risks to put it together. Ha, I figured as much. I bet they burned all your books, didn't they, those scum? Anyway, I'll be fine, I think. Thank you for checking up on me. You sense he wishes to be alone. There's not much to be done for him now. It appears Hedwyn is too ill to conduct the next rite. I'm sorry for my interruption, reader. Please again confirm the next point on our voyage. By the scribes, the sea, I didn't know it was so beautiful. Having escaped the waters of Worm Gulf, you now see what must be the hulk of Auras far on the horizon. Not everyone has taken well to the sea voyage, however. Oh, poor Tizo. Tizo is wondering if Hedwyn is feeling better. Oh, yeah, Hedwyn, I guess. He requires further rest, Tizo. All we can do is wish him a swift recovery. Reader, madam, from this point, our voyage must diverge from Virtue's instructions. Please consult with your companions about which course to take. Oh, fathomless trench or underneath path. Path, whatever. Let's go fathomless trench, I guess. God, no wonder Hedwyn got seasick with how how much that boat tilts. The sea is peaceful for the most part, save for occasional strange shimmers beneath the surface. You realize the lone minstrel is looking down at them along with you. Those shapes down there, some of them must be worms of the Sea Dominion cast into exile. Sea Dominion, a vast and war-torn undersea regime home to untold numbers of amphibious worms. Having conquered their waters, the worms clambered onto the Commonwealth shores in search of new wars. I understand they tirelessly fought the Commonwealth's wars, having grown weary of their own. They must make worthy adversaries. Tizo appears to have spotted something tasty. Tizo dives without warning into the depths below. And there he goes again. That one enjoys being at sea despite its perils. Eventually the little imp resurfaces, clutching something in its claws. Tizo caught a frosty flounder. You could always sell it. Nice. At last you arrive at the hulk of Auras after journeying across the sea. It seems the next rite is to commence here soon, though there is no sign of your next adversaries yet. Every game has fishing in it, right? Page revealed down the river. Oh, what does this do? Nautical bell. Among the Black Wagon seafaring equipment, Hedwyn uses it to signal when food is ready. Wait, what was that? Attic ladder. The way up to the wagon's drive imp centrifuge, only imps could fit up there. Silver Cudgelhead, a limbless, cold-blooded creature rescued from the sea. It is fully grown and has led a rich life. Oh yeah, you get little, like, little mementos whenever you reach a new place, too. Reader, a moment of your time. You ask what is on her mind. Hedwyn. He is beginning to recover from his illness, however, its sudden onset serves as a reminder, I believe. I have known Hedwyn since he was a child. Even now I hesitate to say that he is grown. Nevertheless, there are such things that even I would never say to him directly. For instance, I struggle with his confidence at times. Whether he leads us to freedom or to our doom, I am ambivalent. Speak not a word of this to him, of course, in case that is unclear. I shall tell him in my own way, if and when the time requires. In any case, when times remind me of his mortal weakness, I end up having to consider what should happen should we become separated permanently. She trails off for a while. What I mean to say is, you should know that I am fully pledged now to this quest of ours, whether Hedwyn is the one to lead us to its own end or not. I have my reasons. One of them is him. I expect the same holds true for you. That is all I wish to say. Take care, reader. She nods and brushes past you toward the door. So yeah, Jordario, like, raised Hedwyn. A little bit of backstory for you. Down the river. The Emperor Solium Mur knew not of this, of course. His expedition yielded not the treasure he desired, but brought him closer to his country than he had ever been before. As he traveled down the river Galarian in pursuit of greed, he found instead an inkling of shame. He saw the sunken faces of his people, heard their words for him. In time, he could not ignore it, and it proved more than he could bear. The river finally claimed him, his belongings, and his retinue. I don't know how to say that word. Once the people heard, I understand they cried with joy. Perhaps he ought have perished, but the mercy shown to him, I think, is what transformed him. Oh, hey, you guys. Funny running into you out here right in the middle of the drink. Know what I mean? Not a lot of customers today, so have a look. I'll give you a good deal. Sell Tizo's fishy. Purchase Stardust. Pleasure's all mine and Dad's, guys. Having landed at the Hulk of Ores, you and your fellow exiles now anticipate the hour that the rites are to commence again. What do you think, Tizo? Don't I look just like Mr. Hedwyn? Tizo was worried that Hedwyn is still feeling unwell. Wait, I think, what's that? A serpentine creature emerges from the water, followed by several others of its kind. You recognize it as a worm of the Sea Dominion. What they are all doing here, you see plain by their ritual raiments. The nearest one somehow loosens its mask. Good sirs and good ladies. So it is you that heed the summons to the glorious competition against this knight and his brigade. Well then, let us do battle without delay. More than our freedom is at stake here, but our very honor, and this knight fully intends to reclaim his. Oh, and lest this knight forget, he is called Sir Gilman. He salutes you on behalf of the Pyrehearts until the contest. A once proud knight of the Sea Dominion on a self-made quest to regain his honor. And the Pyrehearts are a triumvirate of worm knights who perceive the Rite as great battles to be won. He splashes out of view just as the stars above begin to shimmer with strange light.
Relentless, aren't we, reader? Even the vastness of the sea was not enough to thwart your coming here. Unto the Hulk of Ores. You would be wise not to underestimate your adversaries here, despite their pitiable look.
Don't be mean to Sir Gilman.
I am, of course, referring to the Pyrehearts. These rites are but another war to them, and that makes you their mortal enemy. I expect your battle to be glorious.
Okay. Your fellow exiles are gathered on the rotting deck of the Hulk of Ores. As your adversaries clamber into view, Ruki paws up to them. Say, what are you worms that you've been doing here? Can't you swim back to the Commonwealth or the Sea Dominion or wherever it is you're from? Ha! Ha! An excellent point! It seems that these adversaries and the Rites are clever, wouldn't you say, sire? Just get rid of them already, Gilman, and as your commanding officer, this knight hereby commands it. Hark! This knight wishes to introduce his noble commander. No worm knight in history has withstood as many frontline battles. Doff your helm, sire, as is our custom. May our adversaries tremble at the sight of you. Sir Gilman attends to his commander's mask, despite his protest. Wait, give this knight back his mask. This knight hereby presents to you the great Sir Deluge. A noble visage, is it not? He is a petty worm knight of the Sea Dominion who somehow survived countless battles. Sir Deluge trembles and squirms. So, yes, you can swim or no? Ha! Of course we knights can swim. All knights of the Sea Dominion can. But we are exiles in this land, the same as ye. We can swim, 'tis true, but 'tis summarily impossible to swim back up the river down which we were flushed to end up here. Nay, there is but one way to return. Silence, Gilman. Nobody cares. Back to your post. Sir Gilman hesitates, but does as he is told. This knight knows who you are, Nightwings, and he is not afraid of you. He somehow climbs back into his mask and coils up to his full height. Now, on guard! The exiles of the Worm Triumvirate take their positions as you focus on the Book of Rite. There's a little... Reader, Hedwyn's illness means he cannot help us here. He shall be counting on us.
Now, let us begin.
Okay, let's see here. I haven't used Jodariel in a while. If I had one criticism of this game, it's that Jodariel is so tall that her head blocks the experience bar. Which, like, is good for, like me feeling my horny feelings, but, like, not so good for the actual UI. Go Tizo.
Tizo.
Oh, we're definitely gonna want Ruki. And we'll go Jodariel too.
Jodariel.
Wait, I also wanted to, Can I not? Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, okay, so if you hit this button, you can actually see the enemy's bios. Like, there's a couple, like, generics in here, but, like, yeah. I'm not gonna read all that, though. Alright, I wanted to improve the, okay, I know. I wanted to improve the, one talisman before this fight, but I guess not. No way these Worm Knight bozos are faster than me. They are. Gilman, status report. What is the enemy's position? They now stand ready to confront us, sire. A very brave triumvirate they seem to this knight's eye. Brave air-sucking monsters, one and all. Pyrehearts, be ready. Well, that just seemed racist. That's very rude of you, sir.
Now begin.
Oh, I have it. Oh, shit.
Glory to the Nightwings, first of all.
Is that extra jump?
Onward thus to greater glory.
Air Sucker has the same energy as Mouth Breather. It does, doesn't it? Okay, now we're just gonna...
Tizo takes the plunge.
I did turn the difficulty down because, I almost got wrecked by that one fight. And I am not amused by that. Oh, he auto-jumps. That's nice.
A blow against the adversary's heart.
Gilman, your form is sloppy. Fight them as though your miserable life is on the line. Your words do wound me, sire. This knight gives every right he has his very, very best. Though perhaps we do have much to learn from such a brave triumvirate as the one we now face. Whose side are you on? Get out there and vanquish them at once. Tizo notes that the Pyrehearts seem to be too busy arguing to pay you any attention.
There seems to be dissension in your adversary's ranks.
Yeah, you can literally
Tis
just
little wonder
walk this one in.
Worm Knights are no longer fit to serve the Commonwealth. Once more like that, and we are finished here.
I can't believe they auto jump over those.
If done, the Nightwings prevail. Their adversaries proved no match for them.
We probably could have ended that if we had used Jodariel to take out that last
Right
one while they were fighting. Tizo was very pleased to have prevailed against the Worm Knights of the Pyrehearts. I expected more from the Worm Knights of the Sea Dominion. Those worms were quick alright, but Rookie Greentail's quicker. This knight commends you, noble Nightwings, gloriously fought indeed, and this knight shall wistfully remember this defeat until the end of his days. Silence, Gilman, this is all your fault, and now cavorting with our enemies, how dare you? This knight was but attempting honorary compliment, sire. It is not in accordance with the rights to praise one's adversary on a worthy outcome. Or is it not? Whatever. Worthy? This night will show you worthy, you miserable little minnow. You are a failure, Gilman. Gilman? Gilman. Get out now from this night's sight.
What stirs now in the hearts of all these exiles?
Focus training prowess. The path towards survival on the blood border. These rites make similar demands of us. Let's go with this one. Just for a little insurance.
Until the next Rite.
After defeating the Pyrehearts in a rather one-sided contest, you at last return to the wagon with your companions. There is little discussion of the Pyrehearts, who seem to have already swam off toward whatever the next stars directed them. Instead, your fellow exile's attention turns towards your companion who is absent for the rite. How's Hedwyn? The lone minstrel makes a sound, but no words form as yet. Something is troubling him. I urged him to remain bedridden. And he simply would not listen. I am very sorry, but... Wait, what? Everyone stares at the lone minstrel in stunned silence. The lone minstrel breathes a heavy sigh. But then... Hey, what's with the long faces, everyone? Minstrel, I should wring that neck of yours. As I was attempting to explain, Hedwyn is already up and about, despite my having strongly recommended further rest. Those that are unaccustomed to sea voyage and take ill, they are very likely to experience further symptoms if they do not remain bedridden, or at least sedentary. Hedwyn is running at a considerable risk of having to spend another night in great discomfort. What are you, a doctor? Nay, although I traveled once with one, extensively. Look, I appreciate your caution and concern, Tariq, but I am pretty well accustomed to discomfort here, and I had to see how things turned out tonight. I haven't had to stay out of a rite like that before. So you are back among the living then, Hedwyn. I was just seasick. Nevertheless, your full recovery requires rest. I think we could all use some rest after tonight. Anyway, thank you everyone for your concern, and I'm sorry that I worried you or caused you further burden. He turns to you. My friend, what do you say we figure out where to go next? I'm beginning to miss being on solid ground. You follow him outside where the night sky awaits. Hey, I wanted to thank you for conducting the rite back there without me being there. I could rest easy knowing you and the others would get through it. Anyway, I'll leave you to your reading. Can't begin to imagine where we'll be off to next. We're well past anywhere in the downside I've ever been. Even Jodi hasn't gone this far. He bids you good evening as you return your attention back to the sky. The stars shine down upon you. Seek again your destination. It's up here somewhere. Trieste, the Silver Star. The Silver Star burns bright over the fissured lands of the Black Basin. Still further north then? Not simply north. This shall prove difficult. What's the problem? Our destination is beyond the deathless Tempest. A vessel such as ours has little hope of traversing it intact. A tempest raging in the Sea of Solace seemingly for all eternity. The storm that arose after the death of the sea titan Unfathomed Flurness never has entirely subsided. Can't we go around it? Given our confrontation with the Pyrehearts, our chances back in worm-held waters would be even worse. Come on, people. It'll just be another day in the downside. Go get yourselves some sleep while we still can. Bet you'll feel better in the morning. Your optimism is infectious. Isn't it? You all concur that rest is in order, for the journey has been taxing to everyone. Come daybreak, you shall have to find a way to sail past the deathless Tempest. Tiso has been in a rather cheerful mood since being out to sea, and seems pleased to see you. Out to sea. Whatever. Tiso is grateful at having had the opportunity to catch a fish for old time's sake. Tiso is asking if you want to know why he loves fishing so much. You sense his inquiry is rhetorical in nature, so you anticipate his response. Tiso loves catching fish because he hates them and everything they stand for. Okay. He has devoted his life to the eradication of their kind ever since they killed his family. What? He seems on the verge of tears, though as far as you are aware, imps cannot cry. Then he leers at you, eyes wide, expecting a response. It seems he told you a joke. You muster your best belly laugh following Tizo's joke. He stares at you for sidelong for a moment. Tizo admits the real reason he loves catching fish is because Falcon Ron pays a lot of soul for them, okay? He snickers back at you and bounces off. Tizo gains one hope for the next rite. Aww. Okay, so, Rune Factory 3, there's a mermaid character. And that whole exchange had the same vibe, where, like, she loves fish, but she hates squid. And so she's like, it's my life mission to kill and eat every single squid I can find. What brings you to me this time, my dear reader? What's on your mind? There is an undulation I have sensed, reader, which means I think that your black wagon sails the seas. Am I not right? Of course I am. She laughs at this, or at herself, perhaps. I scarce remember the sea. It has been a little while since I bathed in it, you understand. My memories of it are wistful nonetheless. Although, if I remember correctly, the Sea of Solace is a disgusting mockery of the emerald seas near the Empire. The Empire of Star dominated the known world for a millennia, till the doomed reign of Solium Mur. Never shall we make the wicked errors of our predecessors. The Archjustice Androbles IV. Do be careful out there, will you? Now let me cease my prattling, lest I extend my sentence by another such eternity or two. We had best stick to business. You know where to find me? Yes, I do. Alright, continue the journey. Tizo seems very eager to see the wagon head in this direction. The north current towards Stormwall passes by old carcasses of ships long gone. Ruthie spotted a wreckage in the area and believes there could be valuables to find. I'll go this way. I want to get some Rookie backstory, but I don't remember if you can start unlocking backstory for non-Hedwyn characters before the end of the first cycle. The remnants of a shattered fleet do little to raise the confidence of your companions, given the massive deathless tempest rages to the north not far from your position. We ought to be more concerned with that storm than finding trinkets, Greentail. Oh, relax already, Jodi. Just let me do my job. If I don't show up when you're out there keeping watch and start telling you to come off it, now do I? You interrupt me in the middle of my work with no fewer than 4 times per day. They go on like this for some time before turning to you. Investigating the wreckage is going to take time, but you may find something to show for it. Sure. You suggest that it may be well worthwhile to continue searching through the wreckage after coming this far. Rookie grins wide. You'd see it my way, sister. Now let's see what we can get. After an exhaustive search, sorry, sister, I think I was just chasing the refraction of the sun or something. There's nothing down there. Thanks, Rookie. Jodariel fumes at all of this, but says nothing. Jodariel lost one hope for the next rite. Well, I'm not using you for the next rite, so fine by me. You and your companions look upon the deathless tempest. The stars demand you sail beyond it, yet the very thought is beyond reason. Then something in the nearby water stirs, and from it springs something familiar. Hold, good ladies and good sirs, this knight beseeches you to hear him, if you please. What is it now, Worm? The rites have ended, we have no further need of you. Oh, but you do, and in turn this knight has further need of you, good lady. Out with it then. Let us be joined, let this knight join you, please. Can you believe this, Hedwyn? Not really, no. Nay, look ye not so surprised. Your valor in the rites did stir this poor knight's soul. He swears to you upon his long-lost honor and would-be knight-errant of the sea dominion that he shall serve you to the end. What about your other worm friends back there, the Pyrehearts? They are base cowards! This knight can no longer abide by such spineless characters, having witnessed the true glory in our clash upon the hulk of Orus. Never before have we been trounced so thoroughly. Yeah. And furthermore, this night shall aid your passage through the deathless tempest. Is it not so that you seek passage to the north? With this night's aid you shall achieve your wish. Sir Gilman continues to persuade you for quite some time. He seems to know the way across the storm, some sort of long-held secret among the worms exiled to these waters. Jodariel pulls the rest of you aside after Hedwyn gives her a look. Are you most sure that Sandalwood would want this thing along? He is, isn't he? He's the best. Okay, definitely Sir Gilman in terms of gameplay and in terms of, like, just being adorable. Mostly sure, Sandalwood wants someone for each mask, and this one seems about as good as we're gonna get. Jodariel glowers back at the worm, who still tries his best to look presentable. I never really noticed that he's, like, wearing, like, a little chest plate. Oh. Hedwyn is more gracious. He tells Sir Gilman that if he promises to help you across the Deathless Tempest, then he can come along for now. This knight is overjoyed and hereby swears to see you past the storm. Though first, this knight requires your consent. Give unto this knight your blessings in the name of the Nightwings, and thus he shall go forth. Gilman. Gilman took consent classes. I have played this game before, but I haven't replayed it in, like, years, so... yes? As you begin to say something in response, Sir Gilman cries out in triumph. He vanishes into the depths, yet through this close encounter with him, you cling to some sense of where he is going and what he intends to do. Sir Gilman is determined to help you cross the Deathless Tempest, help him see his mission through. But yeah, I played a lot of this game when it first came out, but I haven't played it since, like, 2018 probably, so... It's been a hot second. Oh, I forgot about this. Determined to prove himself to you in the Nightwing, Sir Gilman emerges somewhere in the outer reaches of the Sea of Solace and calls out to you. Master Reader, if you can hear this knight, then he implores you now. Lend him your guidance. This knight's objective ought not be far east of here. Today we shall bring peace to the embroiled sea, known, however, that among this knight's brethren, the actions we are about to take are highly forbidden. But they are highly just. Oh, you have a little emoji. Thus Sir Gilman sets forth to quell the storm that rages to the north. Honestly, I like all of the characters in this game. Oh god, where am I going? Oh, there it is, okay. Hark! Yonder lie the foul spawn of the unfathomed plurness, boiling in the seas with their wrath. The sea titan was slain by the scribe under King Oris. Her brood lies dormant in the sea. Tales of her monstrosity long spread across the world. Exiled worms within these waters long have harbored these abominations, using them to bar past the downside channels for any save the knight's own kind. Begone now from here, fiends! This night shall finish what the Under King Oris started. 7th of the 8 scribes in the Book of Rites, known as the Preserving or the Sea Sojourner. The legendary leader of the Worms' undersea crusades sought to reach the edge of the abyss. Oh god. How do I do this? Oh, okay. So they're bubbles? They're just bubbles. I'll just run through them. Slither. He zooms. Hold it right there, you traitorous slug! How dare you turn your back on this knight to your superior! Superior by rank no longer, for we are no longer served the Commonwealth, last this night checked. Here you hold no sway over this knight. Ah! And what have you done to the spawn? Have you no honor left at all? This knight has done that which required to do it. His honor cannot sink much lower anyhow. I play Comp Pyre and I'm the worm guy. They have a competitive Pyre scene, that's awesome. He figured this would be an ideal time to free himself from servitude to you. Why you dare staunch the tempest for those Nightwings? Good Sir Deluge, this knight was born to dare. Now come and fight this knight if you so dare as well. Ah, Pyrehearts, banish him. This is an order. Okay, I forget how we do this. Yeah, there we go. How does competitive Pyre play? I assume it's like a 3-on-3. This does have multiplayer, where I think it's like you control 3 players and then they control 3 players. I've never actually played it because I don't have anyone to play with. Now what, Sir Deluge? Shall you not face this knight yourself and leave dirty work unto your charges? Fine, Gilman. You wish to stand against your commander? Then have it your way. It's very fast. The Discord dedicated to multiplayer is casual too. Sir Marsh, Lady Seagrass, to me, banish now this troublemaker. You are the master of this night no longer, Sir Deluge. Thus shatter our fraternal bond. This knight would say it was an honor serving you, Sir Deluge, but that would be a bald-faced lie, and yet another stain upon his blackened reputation. Until we meet again! Wait, you lowly traitor, this knight will have your head! Gilman! It's streamed on Twitch every Sunday. Oh, that's fun. I'll have to see if I can find some VODs or something of that tonight. That sounds kind of interesting. I would probably never do it because I'm not very competitive, but I enjoy watching other people be competitive. As the day wears on, there's still no sign of the Worm Knight. Your companions grow restless, but then... Hail! This knight returns with newfound tales to tell, and new scars to show for them. Sir Gilman is sopping wet and visibly shaken. He struggles to maintain decorum. He is, in short, the very image of a Worm Knight. And more importantly, that little tempest ought no longer pose a threat for now. Behold! As if on cue, the deathless tempest begins to simmer and subside. Would you look at that? He really did it. Of course this knight did it. Now, if it would be alright with you, this knight could really use some shut-eye. The Worm Knight then collapses in exhaustion. You and Hedwyn help him up. A deal's a deal, Sir Gilman. Welcome to the Nightwing. He's so cute. Sir Gilman joined the group. He also revealed a path north for you. Oh my god. Nightwing. Oh, you're right. I say comp because I'm more into it than most, but casual multiplayer is what it's dedicated to, and there are newer players. Oh, good to know. With Sir Gilman's aid, you managed to breach the Tempest. You were true to your word, Worm, I'll give you that. But now what? We're stranded in this cursed storm. A most excellent question, and from one most fair. Call me that once more, and I shall tie you in a knot. Ah, from one most spirited as well. This knight was wise to side with thee. Gilman knows what's up. Gilman's like, Jodariel can step on me too. Just, where do we turn from here? Answer the question now. Sir Gilman does no such thing, although eventually he does make note of a specific current that should lead you to the lands beyond. If I may, I can corroborate Sir Gilman's account. We are close to making landfall. Then let me be the first to say, let's go. Say, Tariq? Aye, Rookie, what is it? That loot you're always carrying around. You know how to play that thing, don't you? Why, I suppose I do. Good, because I was thinking it's a little gloomy here and we could use a tune to lighten up the mood. Know what I mean? Aye, then let me see what I can do.
sorrowful tears and filled the waters high. The misty morning over the brine belies a leaden sky. The stars all hide away from the chill until the evening rise. Oh, oh, oh.
At last your wagon rumbles onto solid, jagged ground, the land called Black Basin. Black glass, searing vapor, and strangling forests mark the forsaken lands that loom across the sea. The 8 scribes first discovered this, the northern landmass of the downside. Your fellow exiles unpack the wagon so that you can take stock of how best to reach your destination.
The doomed ship still resides. The Titan met her end on its prow, forsaken by tides. In death she
You approach Sir Gilman, who must have just finished practicing his fencing maneuvers. He regards you with his single eye. Hail, Master Reader, this knight is determined to train harder, having joined the famous Nightwing. He shall ensure that this triumvirate continues to live up to its most feared reputation. This is such an honor, and this knight has such a great deal of honor to regain. Having fled the Pyrehearts, this knight fully expects now to conduct the rites in a most honorable fashion, the fullest letter of the law described within the book. Some triumvirates this knight has met and perchance mentioned by name. They are inclined to bend the rules a bit, sometimes a lot, to prevail by any means they can. But this is wrong! The exile who refuses to obey the rules as they were written by the Underking Oris and his 7 friends deserves neither his honor nor his freedom. Thusly does this knight have confidence that the Master Reader shall resist any temptations to conduct the rites in any underhanded fashion. Now then, this knight must undergo a thorough cleansing, having trained until the point of foulness, so please excuse him, Master Reader. He slithers off, humming some sort of chivalrous tune. Sir Gilman's crest, official certification of knighthood in the Commonwealth, oft sought by worm knights. You find that Hedwyn has asked for several volunteers to scout the area and report back. Alright, everyone, don't go too far, and let's meet by dusk. Please use caution. The exiles dwelling in these lands are, well, rather territorial. As for your part, you remain with the Black Wagon to keep watch. You see occasional dark shapes soaring across the sky, but none of them draw near enough for you to see in any detail. Eventually, your companions make their way back, and everyone arrives as planned or earlier. Hi everyone, I'm back. I've come back. Kay returns from the east with little to report, save for the word that the glowing molten rock there is very, very hot. This knight yet lives, although he has little else to report. The newest member of the group, Sir Gilman, returns from a northern pass, visibly shaken. He appears to have discovered an intense fear of height. Tizo wonders whether any species of fish lives in pools or rocks nearby. The little imp Tizo seems disappointed to have left the waters behind. He remains with you near the wagon. There is a western path that seems traversable. If we travel by the light of dawn, the shadows and the crags may well cover our advance against whomever may be watching. Begging your pardon, I do not wish to contradict your strategy, madam, though in my experience we shall not remain hidden for long during the climb toward the nest of Trieste. According to the stars, the exiled heart matriarch lived in solitude among these fairies. The exiles of the High-Wing remnant, as you may have no love for them inherently, but they have no such qualms with me, for now. I may be able to negotiate safe passage. The last surviving faction of the Winged Harps, the ancient enemies of the Commonwealth. They are as coarse as their feathers. Okay, already. Negotiate with them? Then Hedwyn steps in as the lone minstrel bows and backs away. Hey, let's not decide on this just yet. We're not going anywhere right now, that much we can agree on. We'll decide how best to go ahead come morning. For now, let's take the rest of the afternoon and get our bearings. Dodario glances at the sky as everyone else disperses. You have the rest of the day to practice your vocation. Alright, let's do... I think that does... Right, that does damage. So we have to learn all the other ones before we do that. You concentrate on the substance of the words and the teachings of the Book of Rite, such as you understand them thus far. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Oh, let's see here. The high road to the Nest of Trieste was foretold by the Commonwealth's ancient enemy. The low road to the Nest of Trieste passes through razor-sharp sand. I'm gonna go Blackshore. The shattered lands of the Black Shore proved difficult to traverse with the Black Wagon. Oh, does it make us turn back anyways? The low road, okay. The land beyond the Sea of Solace extrudes from the ocean on a bed of black glass. Jodari searches for a solid path forward, to little avail. Fine, on these blasted lands, how are we to proceed through this? Perhaps I may be of some assistance. This place is not so unfamiliar to me, nor are its hidden denizens. Please remain with the others until I return, madam. It shall not be long. The minstrel disappears into the cliffs before Jodari can protest. In the meantime, you and she continue to keep watch, sensing unseen eyes. The last time that one disappeared on us, we searched for him for days. But this time he soon returns. I have secured safe passage through the Nest of Trieste. We may proceed. Secured safe passage with whom exactly? Just then, a winged woman dives down from the sky. She looks Jodari up and down, and then... she's very hot. She soars away without a word. The lone minstrel says nothing more either. Jodari's scowl deepens. For centuries, the Commonwealth withstood the high-wing remnant's treacherous assault, thanks to soldiers such as she. Okay, I'm really not using Jodari next, right? At last you arrive at the Nest of Trieste, where the next rite is soon to commence. You cannot shake the feeling that unseen eyes watched your wagon's ascent and remained watching now. Alright, the hunt for Myr. My emperor lay there bleeding and alone, stranded in a bitter land beyond the river. With fleeting consciousness he understood the folly of his quest and the folly of his rule over his country. Thus did he await the last embrace. It was the Imp Haoub that nursed him back to health and warned him often of the dangers he would have to face. Many enemies of Myr would come and search for him, some under employment by the rope collar, some longing openly for cold, uncomplicated vengeance. I was one of them. I plunged into the river willingly. We needed to be sure that he was dead. So then, are we back on solid land or something like it? Then this must be the Black Basin. Flames and noxious fumes on one side, suffocating forest on the other. Lovely, lovely place. So good of you to take me here. Only best for you, babe. You truly would pursue those blasted stars into the furthest corners of the land, it seems. Though I had better cease my blasphemy, or else the scribes themselves might just descend from up on high and strike me with another much-deserved penalty. The thrill of such transgressions, reader, sometimes it keeps me going, not that I have any real choice. Now we had best get back to our normal business, as it were. Oh yeah, we're gonna be talking to Sandra. Oh, hey, you guys, what brings you out here? No, wait, don't tell me. I don't want to know. All I want is you to get the best deals on the downside.
Great taste.
Alright, I want to use this on this. We're just gonna upgrade this baby to full. Must be our lucky day here. I don't know what, Dad. Or I don't know what, whatever. You and your fellow exiles gather on the blasted lands called the Nest of Trieste, expecting the imminent commencement of the Rite. You see no sign of any adversaries, but then you hear a whooshing sound above. Hello, ma'am. This, then, is what passes for the Nightwings now? Such a rabble. Not even dressed for the occasion yet, it seems the Scribes have little pride in their tradition. Hold your tongue, little bird. We have not come for talk. No, you have come on behalf of your commonwealth. Mark well my words, you horrid filth. When at last we free ourselves, your home shall burn. With that, the harp swoops off as Jodario glowers after her. Winged warriors from the mountainous offskirts of the Commonwealth where they are feared. They fled their mountain nests, awaiting the day when they would darken the skies and retake the land. It is only then that you realize another harp has come. She is quite serious, I assure you. I can help you sort her out. It's in our mutual interest. You know not of my interest. Let's give this another shot. Hi, my name is Pamitha Thane. She appears to be one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants now bound in exile. The surly one back there, that was my blood sister. No need to judge her harshly, though. We've only met just now, though I must say, something about you reminds me of her. How dare you implicate that I have anything in common with your ilk? Jeez, Jodario. Racist. Just then, Hedwyn shows up to intervene. He whispers something to Jodario. No, Hedwyn, you cannot be serious. Jodi, I'm asking you to trust me on this one. Am I perhaps interrupting something? Say, by the by, however, did you make it all this way across the sea? Didn't see you fly in. Trust is something I love to give away, Hedwyn. But you have set our course thus far, and I have followed, so do as you must. That Sandalwood had better have an explanation for all this. Jodario storms away as Hedwyn turns to you. What's your take on this, my friend? Our informant wants someone for each mask. I hadn't expected we'd run into a harp, yet here she is. What are you getting from her? You turn your attention to Pamitha, who's been watching with bemused interest. Ah, reader, are you? Pleasure to make your acquaintance, darling. Well, here I am. Gaze intently all you like, and tell your comrade the truth of it, why don't you? You sense that she is conflicted about something, though you do not know what. You also sense, however, that her motives here and now are earnest. Hedwyn wants to know your initial impression of Pamitha. She seems alright. Reservations? Do not know. Say she's alright. You tell Hedwyn that you think the group should take its chances with Pamitha and take her at her word. My thoughts as well. I think and hope Jodario will come around. He then turns to Pamitha. I am Hedwyn. We'll accept your offer on 2 conditions, if you'll hear me out. Conditions? Why sure, I love a good condition or 2. First, after we're finished here tonight, you come along and make sure that your blood sister and her friends don't give us any trouble when we're headed out. Second, you'll have to find a way to get along with Jodario, whom you met earlier. Brilliant, I had no plans to stick around here anyway. As for your demon friend, no doubt we'll get on famously. Now, I don't suppose you have an extra set of raiments I could use, because I think the Rite is getting started. You look up and see that she is right. So she's the other, kind of broken character in the main story, because she does what Tizo does, which is fly over everything.
I thought for sure the stars would have eluded you by now. Yet here you are, somehow, upon the Nest of Trieste. And you've swelled the ranks of your triumvirate not merely with another, but with 2. One from the Pyrehearts, no less, and one who seeks the favor of the adversaries whom you'll imminently face. They are the essence. Winged terrors, as you soon shall see. Can your longing for freedom match their hatred for the vibrant country that was once your home?
From a distance you observe as Pamitha, now clad in Nightwing raiments, heads towards your adversaries in the Rite. You, what sort of heathen harp would dare take wing against us? Your new companion loosens the bindings on her mask. Hello there, Pamitha. She's one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants now out in exile, yep. Pamitha's blood sister stares back at her a while before responding. What in the Saint's name are you doing here with them? Fifth of the 8 scribes in the Book of Rites, known as the Disciplined or the Blessed Four, and the eldest of the Heart Matriarchs, she anointed the Book of Rites and gave it its words their power. Doubtless come to dig your talons in my back again. No, sister, I've come to have a word with you. Save it, I cannot help but share your poisoned blood, but I shan't ever count you as my sister. You expect me to believe that you came all this way for talk? You waste your time as ever. What's life if not a waste of time, dear sister? Give me a chance, why don't you? What do you even have to lose anymore? Besides, I've come a long way. Silence, you shan't have come here. And the time for talk is long since past. If only you could see yourself, again, consorting with my enemies. Fine then, savor their defeat, but I warn you, stay away from me. Pamitha says nothing more as her blood sister turns away again. Pamitha gets your attention. Listen to me, your reader, darling. The rest of you are ill-equipped to navigate this place. Let me conduct this rite on your behalf, and my wings will bring you victory. Dear lady, your words ring true. This knight is flattered that you have not eaten him, as the tendency is among your kind. This knight hereby volunteers his post in the triumvirate for thee. Sir Gilman refuses to participate in the rites this night so that Pamitha can face her sister. You observe the treacherous terrain. Pamitha should be better suited to the rites here than the rest of you.
Now let us get started.
So yeah, we have to use Pamitha. And I would very much like to take this off of Piso. Wait, hold on. They all have different. Reluctant, chivalrous. Choose. She's pretty slow though, unlike Piso. Why, I thought you'd never ask there, darling. I accept. I kinda had to. If the little bird is going to conduct the rites for us, then I shall not. Well, good thing I wasn't going to use you anyways. Unwilling. Let's go with Hedwyn for our second.
Hedwyn.
And Tizo for a third. I don't have a talisman for him, apparently. Tizo promises to do his best against Pamitha and the Essence.
Very well.
Come then, sister, perhaps we are finished here. You'll spare a moment of your time. I shan't be tricked by you again, Pamitha. How poetic that we meet here in the downside. I can think of nowhere else where I would rather see you rot for what you did to our people and to me. Pamitha seems to sense your presence and then catches your attention. Hello there, reader darling. If I am to be at your mercy at all this, I'd like very much if you could minimize how often I am to wallow in a state of banishment. Quickly, let me show you what we Sisters of the High Wing Remnants can do.
Reader, you put yourself amidst a feud between two sisters?
Yeah, so she can fly.
That seems entirely unwise. Even for you. Tread lightly around that exiled Pamitha. Her kind's all but forgotten Saint Triesta's grace.
See, darling, we harps were not so bad. Now I suppose we better get to work, huh? Just don't go underestimating Pamitha over there. I trust you'll do the best you can. Vengeful tactician of the Highway Remnants, who plots the Commonwealth's ruin. To the sky, sister, tell information. So yeah, that's not what I wanted. So the bird girls are really sexy.
The night wings are first to strike the adversary's flame. There.
She just jumped into the lava.
Their pyre weakens.
Hedwyn, was it? Tell me something. You know how to fly? I wish I did right about now. And listen up, my blood sister there. She'll swoop right past you if you're careless, but we harps simply cannot get much altitude down here. So if she goes for any unfair tricks, just jump for it and catch her in the act. She always hated when I used to do that to her. Is it gonna make me? 'Cause I really don't feel like it. I'd rather just win. I think Pamitha's talisman, no, I didn't want to do that. I think Pamitha's talisman makes it so that she, like, does, like, a lot more damage if she dives into the pyre while she's flying.
The fire of resolve.
I know Tezos lets him fly, like, infinitely. I don't actually remember Hedwyn and Jodariel's. I don't remember half of them, honestly. Damn you, Pamitha! You are no true Thane. A feared clan of the Hiding Remnants, Pamitha and Tamitha are its surviving members. To think that you have the gall to call me sister still after everything you wrought upon us. I hate to break it to you, Tamitha, but I don't think my actions, however much they hurt you, had any effect on our familial status. Look, I know I wronged you, that's why I'm here. You don't know my side of the story. Your side of the story. If I wanted to hear more lies and deceptions, I ought to have asked the Commonwealth to stay my sentence for a while. Well, if you've come all this way to face me, Pamitha, then come and do it. You and me. You think you see Pamitha shake her head. Everyone stay back. Prevail over Tamitha.
Think they're doing? The Rites are not the place to settle petty scores, and it is done. The you-know-who prevailed.
Oh,
Their hapless
what are we,
adversaries
Voldemort?
stood no chance. The Rite is complete.
You Commonwealth filth. Only through that traitor's help could you have beaten us. You postponed the coming of our liberty, but we are ever patient, and our sisters on the other side shall have their day with or without my aid. Tamitha, wait, please. You found good company there, Pamitha. May you wither here with them. I hope sincerely we shan't ever meet again. Pamitha stands motionless as her blood sister departs. Hey, she's gone. The rest of us are headed back. What about you? Sure, I don't see why not.
The 8 scribes bless us with their ways.
I used to think the scribes were just stuff of stories, but all of this really is their doing, isn't it?
Witness the Rites firsthand and be inspired. The imp Tezo appears to have a certain depth of knowledge.
Hey, Rose! Tezo just had a flash of inspiration about his role in the Rites and as part of the Nightwing. So basically what you missed, yeah, this is Pyre. So basically what you missed is a lot of it.
Until the stars align.
So basically what happened is, we did crimes and we got banished to this, like, hellscape, from which there's no return, except that there is if you play basketball. So right now we're going around and collecting all of the characters that we need. After vanquishing the Essence in a decisive victory, you and the others return to your wagon to consider your next move and how best to integrate Pamitha into the group. Triumvirate of Winged Harp. Harboring a deep hatred for the Commonwealth, led by the harp Pamitha Thane. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, so if you will excuse for a second. Okay. I've been drinking so much water today. Oh, for some reason this one doesn't minimize when I, like, switch to OBS, but Hades does. I need to open my performance window. Alright, don't worry, I won't be staying any longer than it takes. I like my air fresh so I can sleep up on the roof. I trust the rice will cause my path and Tamitha's to cross again before too long. You're welcome with us now for now, Pamitha. Trust is what got us here, isn't that right, Rookie? But Rookie does not seem to hear the question. He has been rather quiet since first encountering your new guest. Pamitha shoots him one of her smiles. Pamitha can also step on me. He stammers something about having to check the wagon wheels again. He runs off. During this discussion, the minstrel pulls you aside. Reader, I ask a moment of your time outside. There's somewhere I may ask we go here in Black Basin, Reader. By your leave, of course, and provided that the stars allow it. Would you look upon them for us, please? Okay, hold on. So... I think that we're almost done with this cycle. So I'm gonna just try and I'm gonna try and finish it out this stream. The Glade of Lu, directly due west, and is just as my client indicated. According to the stars, the next rite shall soon commence here. The great sap scholar Luce Glorian here vanquished the root titan limbless Arazak. This client of yours, our informant, Sandalwood. He entrusted us with this wagon, this quest. Why? What does he want from us? You may ask him yourself. He awaits us somewhere in Waking Wood, due west. How do we find him? He shall find us. It seems you are soon to finally meet Sandalwood. At dawn you shall have to cross a single narrow path leading west, where he supposedly awaits. Pamitha's moonshine, kept close at hand in the off chance a good occasion, or a very bad one. You approach Pamitha, who's kept to herself since she joined your small band. You sense she is unaware of you as she she preens her flight feathers, but then she speaks up before you can do the same. No, I have to read everything. Come to check up on me, reader, darling? In those first moments when we met, the voice of confidence in me which you relayed to that nice Hedwyn boy, I'm grateful you were willing to see past these wings. You can hear there's like little voice clips, but they're like in like some made-up language. One of your kind's ancient enemies just happens to insert herself into your group and you just go with it. However, I assure you that my motives are plain, you'll see. I've business with my blood sister Pamitha and nothing more. You briefly met, I think. She's quite a catch. God. Yeah, like The Sims. As to the little quibble between us, well, it's a long story all in all, one that's frankly no one's business but hers and mine. Surely we'll run into her again, maybe not soon, but in time. And we have the rest of our long lives to wait. Anyway, happy to aid you in your quest until such time, especially to the extent that it aids me in mine. A simple exchange. Until then, stay vigilant, darling. You needn't concern yourself with making small talk with someone like me. And besides, we harps have a saying, liars abound. She swoops away before you can respond. So yeah, So I'll just go over our cast, or whatever. This is Hedwyn. He's like the first character you meet. He was banished for abandoning his post on the blood border, which meant that his like comrades got like murdered by harps. Because he wanted to go bang a lady. This is Jodario. We don't know what she did yet. Well, I know what she did, but she hasn't revealed it to us yet. She seems to be responsible for the Black Wagon security. Her features just, yeah. She's been down here a while. She kind of raised Hedwyn. Rookie, we don't know what sent him down here yet. This girl, we don't know what sent her down here yet. Kay. Tizo is an adorable little imp that's just hanging out. Sir Gilman is this little worm knight guy. We don't know what sent him down yet. And Pamitha. This is kind of a hard game to pick up in the middle, but I'll try and explain things if you have questions. The wagon has hit a snag descending the black crag. Its wheel is stuck. Jodario is not pleased. First that blasted little bird, now this. Though you lack Jodario's raw strength, you join in as she attempts to dislodge the wagon. At last, with a roar and a heave, she forces the wagon back onto solid ground. May this sandalwood be worth all this hassle. Step on me. Thank you, Jodi. I'm guessing Sandalwood doesn't like to be kept waiting. He is very patient, on the contrary. Not I. Let's move on. Soon the wagon is prepared to press onward, down the jagged slopes toward Wakingwood. Your companions who explored ahead advise on which of the forked paths is best. Glamberg or Glass? Pamitha or Sir Gilman? Take up something valuable. Here, a talisman here. Go here. Having gone the route Pamitha recommended, she directs you toward a particular crag, no more conspicuous than any other. They clip our wings before they cast us down, you know, but just the same, we learn to flit about a bit. Just watch. Pamitha swoops up to a nearby peak and disappears behind it. She does not keep you waiting long, and returns bearing an item of some sort. For your reader, darling, we high-wing remnants stash away such things for such occasions. Pamitha found a fairy spirit. It should come in useful. Spawn a moon drop, which briefly gains infinite stamina. Okay. Having passed beyond the Black Crags, your wagon arrives at the edge of Wakingwood. It is here that Sandalwood is to be expecting you, however... Most puzzling, he ought to have met us here. You said he would find us himself. Aye, he was to find us at the edge of these woods. We supposed to keep waiting for him? He would desire for the stars to be your guide, as always. The Rites beckon, and the Rites take precedence over all else. Surely he shall find us yet. Then let's keep moving. How do we get through these woods? The lone minstrel notes 2 possible paths forward from this point, though cautions that the woods are difficult to navigate, and Sandalwood would have known the most expedient path. Contains the grandest trees in all of Wakingwood. Small clearing. I'll go here, I guess. Sandalwood is a master in the rites, or used to be at least. Then, well, it's not my place to say. Doubtless he shall tell you in due time. Now, if only we could find him. He used to mentor his own companions in the rites, not far from here. However, you find no trace of the informant anywhere nearby, and without his guidance, you remain quite lost in the woods. The woods seem to have encroached. There's no path forward, while neither of the paths leading backward appear to match the route you took to this point. Ashen Grounds amid Wakingwood. Southern Path. Go Burnt Grove. The woods are so disorienting at this point that you decide to break for camp and survey the surroundings for any clues. Perhaps later there shall be time to pursue your vocations. Oh, the Beyonder Krister seeks Jodario! Yay! Okay. Here we go. You call upon me for some purpose, my reader? Yeah, first what's on your mind? Let me ask you something, lovely reader. Have you any idea for how long I have been imprisoned here? A lot. You guessed that Sandra could have been here in her current state of exile since well before the dawn of the current age. At first she shows no indication that she even heard you. Close. Soon enough I shall be getting there. I have been imprisoned thusly for 837 years. According to my count at least, it is possible I have lost track, although given my state I can assure you that I have had ample time to verify my arithmetic. She goes silent for a time. Let me give you some advice. If you decide to kill the Emperor, make sure you achieve what you set out to do. I expected my own death regardless of the outcome of my task. I was not expecting this. Certainly not to be telling you about it 837 years later, or however long it has been. Although enough of that for now. Let us get back to business. Okay, Jodi. Who shall be the target of my wrath? Me, please and thank you. Take this off and give it to Jodi. That gets her to like a workable speed. It's still not great. I wish I had more upgrades for this thing. You asked Sandra to administer her special trials for Jodariel. That surly demon, is it? She could stand to lighten up, though I fear it is not a secret I can teach, but let us bring her forth regardless. Soon Jodariel appears in heat of the summons. What is the meaning of this, reader? Slow to move but have huge auras and inflict heavy pyre damage. Okay, I forget how I did this. I have beaten this several times and I do not remember how. What is the meaning of this, reader? Where are the others? The apparition of Sandra appears and loosens her mask. Welcome to my humble home, demon. You are good at taking orders, no? State your purpose quickly, Wraith. My purpose is to put you to the test. You may be fearsome to behold, but you are old and slow. Damn. Your weaknesses perhaps outweigh your strengths, though I sorely wish to see you and your lovely reader prove me wrong. Old, she says. Very well then, reader. Let us show her whether she is right. Ugh, I have to fight harps here. I forgot. I think how I did this was I kind of just... Nope, never mind. That won't work. Go, 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 go. Okay. Stay away from me. Can she jump? Can you jump? You can't jump over this. Go, go. Dang it. Should I get this? Okay. I did not think I hit that. Yeah, sometimes with these it's advantageous to let them get a hit on it, because then, dang it, because if they get a hit on it you can like banish one of them. Okay. That wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. Are you satisfied now, Wraith? I have never satisfied, demon. However, your performance was sufficient and you passed my test. Okay, but like, what if I ship these two? Like, okay, like, what's better than one scary lady? Two scary ladies. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and your lovely reader. Now farewell. Enemy Silver Slow Burn, yes! That was a strange experience. What do you have there, reader? Solium's Horn. Caster aura farther and faster. I don't know how much I'll be using this, but... I didn't realize these had, like, Sandra lore attached to them. Sandra's second blade managed to graze her target's face, twisted as it was, with sorrow not with rage. Hold on, we gotta... Gnashing his teeth and howling as with joy, the brazen Alpha Chief threw himself at danger. Okay. Swap with this. He was here, he was here! You mean Sandalwood, if I may ask. How can you be so certain? I think from this. It says something. I don't know what it says, but I feel like it has to mean something. Kay produces a small strip of bark she found in the ashes. At first it seems like nothing of interest until you see a message carved into the inside. You found a bark strip. It must mean something. Come to Cinderroot S. So it's some kind of message from this Sandalwood guy. Seems that way. Which way to Cinderroot? A hushed clearing south of the Glade of Blue. Grounds well traveled by saps knowledgeable in the Rite. It is due west. Perhaps we can set forth early tomorrow when the woods are still. Sounds good. Everyone rest up. Big day coming. You extract a deeper meaning from the words and teachings of the Book of Rites, one you feel in your core yet struggle to articulate. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. You arrive on the outskirts of Cinderroot, but once again the informant Sandalwood is nowhere to be found. You sense the hopes of your companions waning as your search through the area yields nothing. Then something startles the little imp Tizo. Tizo seems to be crying out in surprise. He has spotted something or someone. A tall figure strides forward from the trees, making a sound like laughter. The imp charges toward him and leaps right into the figure's arms. They embrace. Hail, Tizo, but you look famished. Here. The tall sap produces something that the imp swallows immediately with great pleasure. Tree-like creatures known for their ingenuity, cleverness, and ambition, having allied with them the Commonwealth achieved in decades what it could not achieve in centuries. The lone minstrel nods his head in affirmation. Everyone, I wish to introduce you to my client, Volfred Sandalwood. He is the lone minstrel's client, Hedwyn's informant, and the leader of the Nightwing. It has been too long, Volfred, sir. Too long indeed, Tariq. I trust your new companions bring some color to your days. They do, sir. I think that you shall find them worthy of the Nightwings. The sap looks upon the lot of you. You cannot sense his thoughts. We shall see. Then he turns to you. You must be the reader. I am certain that we will all appreciate your efforts here, my girl. Though we shall manage on our own from here on out. Oh, what do you do? You're welcome to continue with us, of course, though you are free to go. I trust you have been adequately compensated for your time. Thanks as well for looking after all my books. You consider what to say to all of this. Volfred intends to relieve you of your duties to the group. Insist on saying, but I'm gonna stay. I did not go through all this for nothing, tree, sir. You stand your ground meeting Volfred's steady gaze and assert to him that you do not feel your commitments to and from this group have yet been satisfied. Hold on. Volfred, sir, I'm Hedwyn. My companions and I are the one who answered your call. We followed the signs you left for us. Now we're here, thanks to you and also to this reader. Not just a reader. She's our friend. My friend. She's not disposable. We made her a promise and our freedoms are now intertwined. Volfred smirks at this with his, lovely emerald green lipstick, I guess. Freedom's not something to be traded or exchanged, my boy. I'd hoped you'd have come to grasp this much by now. He breathes a sigh. It seems we've started off on the wrong foot. It is not my wish to sour the occasion, for there is much to do. You have a right you need to get to, do you not? I'll come along, though shall not interfere, for it seems you have a kinship with this reader of yours. Now then, Tariq? Aye, Volfred, sir? Come, let's have a chat. Of course, sir. Volfred strides towards the black wagon, which must have belonged to him. You sense many conflicting emotions among your companions. Volfred looks like a JoJo character, doesn't he, though? I haven't seen JoJo, but, like, from what I've seen of JoJo, yeah. Are we about to fight tree wrens? I think we're about to fight tree wrens. Your wagon cuts through the clearing to arrive at the glade of blue where the stars direct you. Volfred nods his approval but leaves everyone to their devices. The demon. Emperor Mur. Scarcely could I recognize him when last I found him. A half-starved animal, horns sprouted from his head, a bestial mirror of his blackened reputation. And I, a man who conquered countries, feared my emperor in such a way I had never known. My charge had been to slay this man, but when I discovered him, he was already fighting for his life. The little imp, Haoub, proved of little help against the Sisters of the Arch, whose entire lives were culminating in this instant. I was unable to watch. My heart ached with such pity for the man, and for the love I felt for him when I had served him, that I sprang to his defense. As you approach Volfred Sandalwood, you feel very much aware that you reside within his black wagon, rather than he in yours. He studies you in silence for a time, then... Tariq, if you have a moment. Aye, Volfred, sir, what is it? This reader, you deem her worthy by your estimation? The lone minstrel tilts his hat in your direction. If you wish my own estimation, Volfred, sir, then I do. Of course, it is not entirely for me to say, but I have seen this reader integrating with the others well. I believe that her achievements are self-evident in having reached the Black Basin. Your instructions were deliberately difficult to follow, yet she and the others followed them. Indeed, your words make sense as ever, Tariq. And what does little Tizo think of her, I wonder? Aww. Tizo indicates that, as a matter of fact, he's happy to have you around. Thank you, Tizo. You're my favorite. There you have it, sir. I see. He continues to examine you. High praise isn't oft spoke by those two, my girl. Nonetheless, I shall be watching you. Now pardon us, Tariq. Tariq and I have matters to discuss. They leave without another word, although you think you notice the lone minstrel look your way over his shoulder. Oh hey you guys, you know I just didn't get the word out about this new franchise which we opened here just now, so you got a great deal, just tell your friends, okay? Oh, and hey there, Mr. Sandalwood. Good day to you as well, Ron. Yeah, I'm just here for the Stardust.
Great taste.
Appreciate you doing business. And you guys, be sure to tell your friends, okay? You and your fellow exiles arrived at the sacred site called Glade of Lu, and now look to the stars in the sky to signal the beginning of the next rite. The woods about you bring a sense of tranquility you have not felt in some time, but then you notice one of the trees move. It shuffles toward you and regards you with an exaggerated bow. I love this guy's song. Well, goodness, by the roots of Lu's Florian. It would appear the rumors are correct. The Nightwings have returned. Oh, but where are my manners? One moment. The sap claws at his mask with wispy fingers. Much better. H. Manley Tinderstoff at your service. Perhaps you've heard of me? He is a sycophant who seems certain he will land a position of high standing once he is free. My fellows and myself, you perhaps know us as the Chastity, a triumvirate bent on exploiting the Rites to gain status in the Commonwealth. We soon shall stand against you in the Rites. For now I am just filing away the time making small talk. Now then, as I have introduced myself, your turns. To whom am I speaking? Then, in your mind's eye, you see Volfred and hear his voice. Manly Tinderstuff is not to be trusted. Reveal neither yourselves to him, nor me. Well, beneath her mask, Jodariel stares back at him in silence. You suspect Volfred's message may have reached every member of the group. Why now, how very rude indeed. Well, fine, ignore me, but do so at your peril. Anyhow, once this evening's rite commences, any moment now, I am afraid ignoring me won't be an option any longer. Oh, and now I do believe the sky is beginning to show. We have to chat again some other time. Now come along, come along. Manly bows again and wanders off into a clearing as the stars begin to burn. So yeah, this guy kind of gives me like pre-time skip Lorenz vibes.
Once again, the stars align themselves before you, reader. And here now at the Glade of Liu, I have to say, you've come so very far. But there are those, such as your adversaries called the Chastity, who have toiled for this too. They know that with their freedom comes great opportunity. It could be yours instead. Please show the Chastity that the Nightwings are superior.
I'm glad when this guy talks, he gives me a break. I wonder, O honored Nightwings, how well you know these woods. Why, these woods would strangle you, and I'm afraid I can do little to stop them, even if I tried. You might do better to beware of them. When Jodariel continues to ignore him, he grows upset. Why, you insolent! Then fine, let us begin the dance indeed. He shoves his mask back on in a huff. And allow me to thank you in advance for helping me return unto my proper station in the Commonwealth.
Who shall conduct this rite?
Okay, let's see here. I want you. And if you want to be really mean, he already has 27 quickness, and you can bump that up to like 33. It's ridiculous.
Sir Gilman.
Oh, we just used Pamitha. Let's go with Jodariel. And Hay.
Okay. Ow.
I keep like almost accidentally calling her Faye because that's what I always name her when I play. I don't think I like that Manly very much because he keeps saying that we're rude, but I think that we're nice. Are you quite ready finally, O Nightwings? May all these masks of yours ensure no harm come to any of your lovely countenances. Now come along, come along. Let's give the stars a show. May I present to you Humboldt Manly Jr. Why, he is every bit my equal and is as poised to guarantee the Thunderstuff line shall have a bright, bright future. Manly Sapling, which not only has a name but bears a similar posture and likeness to him. He goes on and on about his sapling for a while. This knight does not know about you, good Jodariel. But he is quite finished listening to that Sipes' idle blather. I could not agree more. Now isn't he just the most precious thing you've ever seen? Sapling is nothing but an extension of Manly. If he is banished, the sapling should cease to trouble you as well.
Manly and his offspring hold no small degree of influence within the Commonwealth, reader. There are many who would welcome his return.
Hold on, I'm trying to like...
Though none so much as he himself.
There we go.
The orb, take it.
There we go.
Already does your adversary's flame begin to flicker.
What is this? It seems the woods themselves are closing in upon our little soiree. Oh, do be careful now. Those grasping roots and vines, they might not hold you with such high esteem as I.
Your adversary Manly is comfortable in this suffocating glade. Yet he longs now for the comfort of the orb engulfed in fire.
Okay. Oh dear, the woods are closing in uncomfortably close at that. Whatever shall we do? Perhaps if you just stand aside a while, we can put an end to this that much sooner.
The orb. Magnificent.
Yeah, Kay always does like a little like pause and then a hop before she sprints and always throws me off. Say, have any of you noticed how it's feeling rather crowded out here? Almost as if the 100 Minds himself resents you being here. Yes, I rather think that's it. Loose Florian 100 Minds, third of the 8 scribes in the Book of Rite, known as the Wise or the Philosopher. He is said to have fathomed every thought, and his wisdom flows through the river of his name. So cease with all your scurrying about with that damned orb and let me handle this. What? Excuse you.
Now take it. Splendid.
I like how Gilman has this little book on his back. Alright, you Nightwings, I've had it up to here with you, or perhaps I've simply had it up to here with all these encroaching plants, these miserable things. Either way, I don't appreciate how you are ignoring me. He just wants Senpai to notice him.
Now then.
Yeah, this map is like kind of annoying. Yep. Should've known that was coming.
Didn't see it coming. Sublime.
Okay, one more. One more hit.
Now end the
You got this,
ceremony.
Gilman. There we go.
And it is done. Fine, yes, the Nightwings did prevail. 'Twas as though the scribes themselves stood by their side.
Increasingly sarcastic narrator is increasingly sarcastic.
The ceremony is complete.
Good, that imbecile of a sap. So much talk and hot air. I knew we could prevail, though Mr. Tinderstoff there, I think he's really upset now. Well, my. Oh, worry not, oh Nightwings. I'm not angry with you, honestly. But I am very, very, very disappointed. I thought perhaps we had something going here between us. You scratch my back, I scratch yours and all. Instead, however, you decide to spit in my face. Fine. We'll have to see where all your rudeness gets you. Now, ta-ta!
Always is there greater knowledge to be gained. Desperate for honor, this Sir Gilman may yet learn something.
A great wisdom clouds over this knight's entire consciousness. After banishing an adversary, gain... Interesting. Let's see here. I'm gonna go with... this one.
The might of the sea sojourner. Until the next rite.
That was well done, my girl. I'm beginning to see why your companions vouched for you. Don't let it go to your head, of course. After besting the Chastity with ease, you return to your wagon to consider your next move. An adequate performance back there. Adequate? Yes, adequate. For the next part of our plan. Go have your reader there consult the stars. See where they take you next. I'll give you a hint. It's further north. It's going to be high up. Did this knight hear you say high up? And it's going to be cold. We'll see. Come on, my friend. Let's have a look outside then. That plan Volfred mentioned. I just want you to know I don't know what he means. We're here because we're going to be free again. We won't be living our days as exiles. That's the only plan as far as I'm concerned. But there's always a catch, right? We'll see what Volfred has to say. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. No matter what, we're getting closer thanks to you. Yeah, okay, so this is the last fight of the cycle. Solium, the Golden Star. The Golden Star shines bright over the highest mountain in all the downside. Ow, I hit my hand on the desk. So as soon as we're done with this rite, I'm gonna finish up, but it'll be a little bit. So now you see it for yourself. You are summoned to the north where looms Mount Alodil, a sacred mountain on whose summit the rites were first conceived. Whether the summit is the downside's closest point to the Commonwealth or the farthest, none can say. At the very top, the fall of Solium. According to the stars, the next rite shall soon commence here. The temple at the highest point of the downside exists to honor the 8 scribes. You confirm the stars indicated this exactly. Volfred, sir. How did you know? Volfred smiles back at him, but you sense his thoughts, as though he is directing them at you.
I too can read, my girl. Forbidden though the words may be.
He turns back to Hedwyn. Your reader's skills, while rare, are not unique. But as I said, I'll let her do the job. I see that you have something special going on here which benefits the plan. What plan? I thought this was about our freedom. Oh, fear not, my boy. It is indeed. Plenty of time to tell you all about it on the way. For now, however, you look like you can use some rest. And for that matter, so can I, if you'll excuse me. You sense your companions are exhausted from their recent travels. Given the road ahead, you agree it would be best to take the night to recover as much as possible. At dawn, Volfred is already up. He reveals to you a pathway through the woods into the cold lands to the north, beyond which lies your next destination. You get clear of the woods at last and arrive in lands grown cold in the shadow of Mount Alodil. You will have to make it all the way to the top. In a moment of respite, Volfred calls everyone together to discuss matters pertaining to the rites and to the plan to which he alluded. You band together with a common faith that the freedom from the downside is not impossible, am I correct? But let me ask you something. What does freedom even mean to you? He looks in your direction as he asks, defying you to answer. You cannot sense his own thoughts on the subject, and only know the truth of how you feel. What does freedom mean to you? Just still living without fear. You tell Volfred that freedom means living without fear, and not being subject to persecution or retaliation for one's thoughts and choices. He considers your remarks for a short while. Good answer, my girl. I happen to agree. Fear takes hold in freedom's wake. But fear is a natural impulse, is it not? A common feeling we all share from time to time, a deeply rooted impulse there to aid our judgment and spur us on to acts of courage. If not for fear, I doubt we could accomplish very much in life. And just now we stand upon the brink of accomplishing something vital. He turns his attention to the whole group. Now let me tell you all what freedom means to me. Oh yeah, 'cause we were just dying to know what it means to you, Volfred. This is the kind of guy that like asks you how you're doing so he has an excuse to tell you about how awesome his life is. Freedom means to live life without fear, just as your reader stated. Dante, if you try and eat my hands, you can't get pets. To be able to indulge one's curiosities and passions, at least the ones that cause no harm to others, without the constant threat of judgment and reprisal. Freedom means not being made a criminal for what you know, for whom you love, or what you choose to think or not think. Okay, this guy just like jacked my answer. He looks out toward the distant mountains. Within the next few days, your time in exile could come to an end. You could see the Commonwealth once more. And you will be exalted there, given the highest honor, the opposite of how you got here. But you would not... Sir? Excuse you? But you would not truly be free, I think. At the least, you would become complicit to an ancient system that would deign to cast down others such as you. Dante, stop it! It is a system whose well-intentioned founding principles have long been lost, and the 8 scribes, if they are out there still, have made quite clear that they shall not intervene firsthand. That is where you come in. He turns to you and everyone again, looking at each of you. He sprang up and clawed my arm. He turns to you and everyone again, looking to each of you. Long have I wished to gather such a group, that together you may see that seeking freedom only for yourselves is too modest a goal. You share a higher calling now. The plan then is this. We free each other from the downside through the rites, and then we meet up on the other side. We organize. Each new moon at dusk, we join together at the Spiral Sanctum, the burned down remains of the old capital of the Commonwealth. The remains stand as a warning to those who would seek to spread forbidden knowledge. We need as many of us there as possible. My agents on the other side shall explain the rest. You're plotting a revolt. Just so, I'm asking a lot. You do have other options. Deceit, however, is not one of them. The reader and myself, you know by now that we can see through it. But you need not be part of this, nor is it in my interest to coerce you. You may go your own way if you wish, live out your remaining days here like so many others. So, if any among you prefers that, and if you cannot see yourself continuing to strive together in the Commonwealth as you are doing here, then speak now. Volfred pauses for a time, examining each member of the group. No one stirs. Very good. Some of you consider yourselves friends, some others not, but all of you are bound together through the rites, and are integral to our plan, remember that. You seek true freedom, you will not find it waiting for you in the Commonwealth, but together you can bring it about, both for yourselves and others. That is my promise. Then he lets out a long breath. That's it. I ask you all to think on this, and let's reconvene along our journey to the summit. Volfred turns toward the mountains, leaving you to consider what he said and plot the wagon's northward path. They're going down. We got this. Beyond lies Mount Alodil, whatever. I suggest we make camp here at the base of the mountain, for we shall need our spirits and our strength to make the ascent. All the Shakespearean language is throwing me. Oh, the Beyonder Christer sleeps Schizo. I was kind of hoping it'd ask for Hedwyn, but okay. There you are, my girl. There was something which I wanted to discuss with you in private. Volfred stares at you rather intently as if reaching out to you, and then... long-standing exile of the Nightwings who seeks more than his own freedom. You do know what it means to be a reader. Those such as we are not limited to reading pages from a book, though your ability in this I sense is nascent still, mere flashes, uncontrollable. I see as well now that they haven't told you yet you're friends, and that explains a lot. They haven't told you readers such as you cannot go free. I had wondered why you would insist on pressing onward with this group in light of this. The answer then was plain. You simply did not know or fully realize. They did not deceive you, by the way. There is no reason they would know themselves, other than Tariq, who shall not influence your thinking in such matters. Rather, I had expected when we first met that you already knew the truth of this from having read the passage in the Book of Rites, which states it plain. Only those who shall conduct the rites firsthand shall walk the path toward enlightenment and become eligible to regain their freedom. Perhaps you have not gotten to that part just yet. I'm working on it. Also, if you noticed at the beginning, we were wearing a cloak, and he has the same symbol on his head. So that means that's like a branding for the crime they did. So that means that he was also cast down because he can read. Volfred breaks free from you and looks at you again. Then he speaks to you as normal. It is plain that you are not in adequate condition to conduct the rites, and this group values you as a reader. I wish only to ensure you understand what you are getting into here. Despite whatever hopes and dreams and promises might have been shared, I do not think the rites can help you return, if that is what you had in mind. So once again, I invite you to depart, and I will see to it that you are compensated. Do not misunderstand. If it is your wish to remain, then you are welcome, but this journey we are on, it has no guarantees. Not for you, not for any one of us. Do you understand? Yeah, why not? You understand the words of warning, yet the same, you choose to carry on. There is more that you wish to achieve on this journey than freedom for yourself. I admire that, my girl, and very well. Know that we have much at stake here in this. Anyway, much more than just a shot at going back to the Commonwealth, which cast us down here to begin with. It sounds like you intend to stick around. Then we'll have lots more time to chat as we ascend the sacred mountain in the coming days. Until then. He strides out of the wagon then, leaving you with your thoughts. So yeah, I don't know if it's ever explicitly said, but the reason you can't participate in the rites is because you're, like, somehow disabled. Greetings to you, lovely reader. I'm at your disposal. How very kind of you to visit me again like this, oh lovely reader. For I was just standing about in the blackness of this void thinking it would be most pleasant if something were to happen for a change. There was a long period of time that this incarceration of mine failed utterly to do anything but bring me peace of mind. Not much of a punishment. I invite you to imagine an upbringing among the Sisters of the Arch. An ancient band of killers, trained almost from birth to carry out their missions without fail. All the sisters needed was a name and a sum of 500 sol up front. Living on the outskirts of civilization, your days all full of training which could kill you or just cripple you for life. How do you suppose I lost my sight? Through glorious battle with the Scribes or in a careless sparring session with my master? But I have not forgotten enough. I've not forgotten enough just yet. In any case, at first I welcomed the prospect of not having to struggle every moment to survive. But in less than 2 centuries why, I started to grow terribly bored. It did not help that all the Nightwings of the early days were the stodgiest lot you could imagine, obsessed with obeying the book as strictly as they could. Some of them started to remind me of myself, I think, when I was young, such idiots, the lot of them. But what I'm saying, lovely reader, I shall not bore you further with such matters. I would have bored myself to death back then, if only I could die. Like so many other things, I think mortality is something oft taken for granted, until it is taken away. So given your mortality, let's say that we get back to business here. Alright, let's do Tizo. Of course, reader, you need but think on who shall be the subject of my trial, and we shall go from there. And I'm gonna give him this. I dare think I remember something of that imp. He certainly stood out from all his ilk, although that's really not saying much. Well, let's bring him forth. Tizo soon appears in heat of the summit. Tizo seems prepared for whatever lies ahead. Dante! Stop it! Stop it! Naughty, naughty boy! Naughty kitty boy! No, you're not allowed to play with wire. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, somebody wants the wire. He's like coming for me, guys. I don't know. Have mercy. The apparition of Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, imp, you answer to me here. Tizo indicates his understanding and is prepared to begin Sandra's trial. You know the formalities, of course? Show me then what you have learned thus far about the Rite. Here, in this trial, it shall be just you, my Beyonders, and your lovely reader. Let us see how you fare. Stop chewing on my feet! Would you get out of here? What are you... They're very fast. They're very fast and they will jump for you. There we go. Why do I feel like these were made, like, easier? Dang it. Maybe not that much easier. Ah, okay. So you really just gotta, like, run for it. There we go. I feel like those are way easier from when I first played this game, because these were, like, so hard. Tizo is excited to have completed Sandra's challenge and awaits her approval. A worthwhile effort, Imp. Your performance was sufficient and you passed my test. Your predecessor may well have approved. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely reader. Now farewell. Tizo is happy to be back and wonders what it is that Sandra granted you. You take a closer look at the new artifact in your possession. You received Haub's Wing for completing Tizo's trial. Tizo's Flutter and Zip abilities cost less stamina than usual, minus 35%. Yeah, you can get that down to like minus 100%, which means that you have infinite stamina. Earlier, Volfred called for a group meeting, presumably to reveal his plan in more detail. Instead, he reveals some bad news. Wait, what are you saying? What I'm saying, my boy, is that while you can indeed get yourself out of here, it can't be all of you at once. We earn our way back one by one, or not at all. But I swore we'd go free together. We may go free together yet. But it is going to take time, and this is only the first phase. You, Hedwyn, and the others exchange glances. Let me make this plainer for you still. Here is how the coming days are going to unfold. First, we are going to ascend Mount Aladil, there to the north. You may not think this wagon's fit for it, though rest assured it's made this journey many times. Next, we shall pass through the Scribesgate. The scribes themselves keep watch over the Scribesgate. The judgment of the scribes determines who can cross and who is sent the fast way down. Only the worthy pass through here, as your reader can attest. If she did not merely skim that chapter of the book. Well, I haven't gotten that chapter of the book, asshole. Afterwards, we'll reach the Fall of Solium, and you'll meet your adversaries in the Rites. They are to be the Tempers, led by the demon Ignarius. You'll know them when you see them. Temple at the highest point of the downside exists on are the 8 Scribes. Tempers are a mighty triumvirate that have been the closest rival of the Nightwings. And Ignarius is the notorious demon leader of the most feared triumvirates of the Rites. One of the most, whatever. Both you and they shall choose someone from your respective ranks. Then, once one of the triumvirates prevails, their somebody will be with home to the Commonwealth. whisked home to the Commonwealth. Precisely. Once returned, our somebody is taken in and clothed and fully pardoned. The Commonwealth knows all about this, the same Commonwealth that says sentence into exile is forever and freedom from the downside is impossible. Many of these details the scribes themselves wish to be kept secret. Formal exiles and the leaders of the Commonwealth alike have good incentive to protect those secrets well. So then what is it? We climb the mountain, someone goes back, and everybody else stays? For most of those participating in the rites, yes, that's it. But I like your connotation, and indeed for us, that isn't it at all. If one of us returns, it shall be just a step along our path. However, let's let that sit for now. Gather your strength, we'll talk again on our way up. Volfred leaves the rest of you to consider what he said. You have time now for your vocations. At dawn, you shall begin your ascent to Mount Aladil. I promise we're almost done. Oh, Volfred just has to deliver all the exposition. Like I said, the first cycle is the longest. I remember the announcement of Vampire Dimitri brain rot, yes? Was that you? Are you gonna give me more Vampire Dimitri stuff? Here before you lies Mount Aladil, stretching far beyond your line of sight. Somewhere upon this mountain lies the only place from which you can escape the downside. Feels off mask like Scooby-Doo thought it was me all along, figures. Your companions gather around again before Volfred, who stands tall as ever. Whether from the cold air or the subject now at hand, you sense the tension in the air. Now then, you all have many questions. No, I've done a lot of talking, so go on, ask away. But there is only silence. One question stands out in your mind, which you've refrained from asking yet. If only one of you is to go free first, who shall it be? Go on now, don't be shy. Who first? Questions? Why us? Why you indeed, madame. That I can explain. You've seen the sort you stand against as adversaries in the rites. What it is that they want, do you suppose? They want their freedom back, of course. They'll settle for it in the Commonwealth's own terms. They'll gain their freedom and some cushy new responsibilities. Perhaps then they'll have a hand in sending still more exiles here to join us. Think on it. The Commonwealth rose from the ashes of a fallen empire thanks to the efforts of the first exiles who escaped this place via the Rite. It is the Commonwealth's first and proudest tradition to honor those who live to redeem their transgressions. They have certain wisdom, do they not? I'm used to using Tumblr but not posting on Tumblr, and I want to post a horny Dimity vampire drawing. What do? Post it? Tag me? I'll send it to everyone I know. Wait, how explicit is the horny? Because Tumblr is like anti-horny now. Like the site itself, not the people on it. But as for you, I've been looking for a certain set of dispositions for a good length of time. All I needed was for somebody appropriate to show up and to listen. So I planted many little eyes and ears throughout this land, whispering hints of this, absurd as it may sound. Took someone with a certain faith and creativity to go for it. That someone proved to be Hedwyn over there. He was tasked with seeking 2 trustworthy allies, an old buried wagon, and a reader. He was invited to bring others for the ride, all different sorts, gather enough help, and he and his friends could be free. Long story, but you know much of the rest. So then why you? Because I have reason to believe you're not the sort to play right back into the Commonwealth's old hand. The rites, as you have seen, are quite exclusive. You are imposters in this little party. You could be the ones to break it up. Oh, not just one image of Didu's hand low-key prying open Dimitri's mouth to see the vampire teeth. Post it and tag me. Oh my god, that sounds right up my alley. Now then, more questions. Your head is beginning to spin. You can excuse yourself or keep listening. Sure. Volfred's explanations are a lot to take in, though you feel compelled to absorb as much of it what he's willing to tell you at this point. He prompts for further questions when Jodariel raises her voice again. Hold. You mistook my meaning. I understand your plan. Still, I wish to know, why us? Why are we among all others chosen for this liberation rite? On a blooded moon At the fall of Solium, an exile from the prevailing triumvirate shall go free. The anointed champion shall then plunge into the shimmer pool and return in glory.
Étranger.
Ah, I see. Well, that is simple, really, madam. You are chosen, you are qualified, I should say, because as the expression goes, 'tis what the scribes ordain. Though in this case, the expression is quite literally true. When the 8 created the rites, each one of them anointed certain other exiles to participate on their behalf, exiles who showed some promise of redemption. The triumvirates they formed have stood the test of time, replenishing their numbers as their individuals moved on or passed on. You've met them as they are today, the Accusers, the Withdrawn, so on. The 8 scribes also formed a special group, against which all the others would be judged. That group they called the Nightwings. You bear their books, wear their masks and raiments. You need but show up to the rites, you see. The others elsewhile jockey for position for a chance to take you on. Yeah, well, what if we don't? What if we don't show up? Then you would deny yourselves a chance at freedom, and deny it also to your adversaries. Victory means nothing in a common right then? Participation is all that matters? Not so, madam. Only the enlightened may regain their freedom. While failure can be an excellent teacher, the scribes do favor the victor. So you see, those who do not conduct the rites, or do not prevail in them sufficiently, they may find themselves barred from the liberation rites, but these are technicalities. The Nightwings disbanded years ago. Since then, no one has gone free, yet still the other triumvirates pressed on, with fleeting hope that one day you'd be back. It's been a heavy price to pay in all this. Now, if you'll excuse me, we'll again talk some other time. Some murmur to themselves about all this, as Volfred takes his leave. Others, reconnoiter pathways leading up the mountain, and present you with some options. You join Pamitha on her brief expedition to find anything of value dropped by those who tried to scale the mountain but did not succeed. Wait, I shall be joining you. What, now I get 2 chaperones? But sure, I'm game. Whatever you wingless are into. Pamitha's down to fuck. Be silent, little bird, and fetch those trinkets and be done. My, so full of bitterness. You really ought to make the most of these last precious moments that we share. And you ought not mince your words. Oh please, we all know you're going to be the first one out of here, so why not quit your constant frowning for a change? I, the first one out of here? Of course, it's plain the others pity you. You've been here longer than the rest of us by far. Besides, maybe that Volfred, though he seems plenty happy here making his speeches. How dare you? How dare you presume? Nothing is decided as of yet. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Though if by some coincidence you do end up selected for the honor, I just want you to know something. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, do hope we shall prevail on your behalf. Because that way you shall be free, of me at least, and I, in turn, shan't have to suffer any longer your hideous attitude toward me and everything. At that you intervene. Jodariel's eyes burn with fury, but then she calms herself. I shall see you at the wagon, reader. Pamitha scoffs as Jodariel storms off. I swear that one. Well, moving on. There's something sparkling down there. Be right back. Scary lady, enemies to lovers. Part 2. She swoops out of sight, leaving you alone there on the mountain. Pamitha soon returns with something that lay long forgotten in the rocks below. You found a Titan tooth. You sense its power. Yeah, that's getting old. At long last, the worm surges towards the water of the cistern. You decide to join him for a brief excursion there before another hard day's ride. You find him in a shallow pool, appearing very much contented. This night, he thought he may never again feel the fresh water's cool caress against his scales. He sighs, splashing about from time to time, then he turns his attention over to you. You, Master Reader, are most kind. Take with you this wayward knight. He swears to prove himself to you and the rest. He knows that soon Now someone may go free. He knows the choice of whom may weigh upon you heavily indeed. For it is you who ought to make the choice, is it not so? This night he heard it from the others, so it must be true. Now listen please upon what little honor this knight has. This knight's penance isn't yet complete. There is much atoning to be done, so when rises the occasion to decide who ought go free, this knight wants you to know something. Please do not choose him, even if you wish. Not even if you wish, and not even if you can. He begs of you to allow this knight that simple dignity. With that, Sir Gilman sinks into the waters. His tail waves at you to leave him alone for now. Oh, interesting. I don't think I could pick him anyways, and even if I could, it's like... I'm probably just gonna... Usually I send Jodariel free first, but I think I'm gonna do Hedwyn, because we already know his backstory. You and your companions gather at the Scribesgate, where the single narrow trail to the summit narrows even more and falls under an archway carved of stone. Come along now, everyone, and be prepared to speak your mind when you are called. Frankly, most of you still lack enlightenment, but we may pass together, much how we act as with a single heart and mind during the rite. Well then, lead onward, Tariq. Please, follow me. Removing his hat, the lone minstrel approaches the gate. You and the others follow. I don't know how to tag it either, so I'll probably just copy your tagging conventions. Yeah, that's fine. With the last of your companions near the arch, you notice someone standing high above, who then appears before you. She eyes the lone minstrel first. Is that you, Tariq? It is. Greetings, Celeste. She watches over the Scribesgate and seems to be connected to the lone minstrel and to the right. And how was your rest? Too long, Celeste. It seems your work has piled up in the meantime. You bring this many to the gate? Aye. Then let us make this quick. She gestures toward the rest of you. Now each of you in turn state who you are and what you seek whilst crossing the Scribesgate. Do as she says, please, without questioning. Your fellow exiles exchange glances, but quickly comply. I'll start. They call me Hedwyn the Deserter, and I've come here seeking freedom for myself and my companion. In my case, so I can return to be with the one whom I love. The woman bids him forward. The lone minstrel prompts Ruki to speak up next. I am regarded by the name of Ruki Greentail. I just want to get out of here, I guess, with my chums preferably. Go see Mama back home. I am Captain Jodariel. I do not truly know as yet what I am seeking here. Oh, my name is Kay, and I'm here, I think, because the scribes have called to me. It must be them, because if not, then who? Tizo seeks to live up to the Nightwing's legacy, and maybe see the Commonwealth someday. Sir Gilman of the Sea Dominion, at your service. This knight is on a quest to find his honor. He lost it at a certain point. Pamitha Thane. I'm only here because my sister's here. Mood. Then, as Volfred steps forward, the one called Celeste raises her voice. You. I recognize you from the Nightwings of the past. You are not clad in the raiments any longer. I would know why. I had my chance already. The Nightwings that now stand before you, I travel with them as a pilgrim now. I see. Then state why you are here, as have the others. My name is Volfred Sandalwood. I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we all might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side and bring our freedom to the people there. She waves him by. Then she turns to you, for there is no one left to go. She can also step on. Let's go Crippled Scholar. You've always thought to understand the world around you. That knowledge proved dangerous in the Commonwealth, but now it has brought you to this point. The one called Celeste continues to examine you, expecting you to add to your response. True freedom. You wish to regain your freedom not simply to return to the Commonwealth, but to be able to live there in peace. If Volfred's plan shall bring about that peace, then you shall do your part to achieve it. The woman regards you for a time, then nods once and waves you all by. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome here. Go forth with glory. And Tariq? Aye, Celeste? Be on your way as well. Ouch. The lone minstrel bows his head and puts his hat back. He does not look back at her. From the top of Mount Aladil, you can see the distant downside before you. You think on the many thousand leagues you crossed to reach this point as the sky grows dim. You gonna tell me why you're here, Jodariel? Jodariel appears to be prepared for whatever is to come this night. Though it is not yet dark, she's already in her raiment. Hedwyn soon joins her, also looking ready. Any signs of Rookie? None as yet. Complain about chafing at the collar of his mask. Our freedom might be hinging on that collar, then. I am certain that it is. They sure laugh together. The three of you exchange glances, but nothing is said, or needs to be said. Soon, if Volfred is to be believed, one of your companions may regain his or her freedom. Hey, what I missed? Am I late? Is it starting? Is it starting yet? Easy, Rookie. We got a little time. It isn't starting yet. How fare your struggles with your mask, Greentail? Being a lot better, thanks. Just had to smash it repeatedly against a wall for a bit. Put some of the old nerves to bed there for good measure. Though this is really happening, huh? One of us might be getting out of here, like, soon. By dawn, in fact, if all goes well. If all goes well, that's one way to look at it, I guess. What are you getting at, Greentail? Well, it's just we might be breaking up the band here, people. If one of us gets out, that's been bugging me for a while now. I thought we were all getting out of here at once. He shoots a look at you. Some of us, we might not be getting out of here at all. Hedwyn slams his fist against the wall. No, not if I can help it. We made a promise to each other, each of us, the four of us. We're all getting out of here. I care about the others too, I do, but we've been here from the start. I want you to know my promise is to you, and I believe you'll do the same for me. Takani, that's the name of Hedwyn's girl. It's like Takani Shang or something like that. So it's like this. You should look up a picture of her, she's hot. So it's like this. If any one of us gets out, great, but it's just a start. We're going to do whatever it takes there on the other side to make it so the rest of us can get back too. What do you think, they're gonna build a bridge down here if we ask nice or something? I don't know what it's going to take. I just know we have to try. Jodariel turns to you. Reader, we shall find a way. She nods to reassure you and to reassure herself. Rookie nods his head in turn. And Hedwyn's gaze never once falters. Well, my friends, I think it's just about time. Let's go. One by one, they turn toward the door. The fall of Solium awaits, a vital step in your quest for freedom, and yet you feel in your heart that it shall be only the first. Your three companions gain one. One hope. The mercy shown. The Imp Haub and I, we helped to save my emperor, and when the danger did subside, my emperor Solium Mur, he said something to me which shook me to the essence of my being. He said, "You gave your freedom, Master Goliathanian, so that I may yet have mine. You too are now an exile of the downside. In all my days which I have left, I could never repay the mercy you have showed me. So if I cannot do so in this life, then I shall do so in the next. We crossed that land together, and together with the imp, we gained the company of those who saw in him what I did." Alright, give me your Stardust. Hey guys, just so you're aware and all, I know how come you're here, how come you made it all the way up here. Oh, I know, alright. You're here because I got the lowest prices and all the downside, am I right? And some of the new stuff I got in stock, you're gonna get a lot of value there, an awful lot. Yeah, I'm just here for the Stardust. See you guys again sometime soon, maybe. Okay, because I gotta say, you are my favorite customers I've had all week. Is everyone prepared, Hedwyn? Yes, though several of us have another question that's been troubling us. While Hades' loop is dying over and over, Pyre's loop is getting everyone to the surface, pretty much. I will say, though, the loops after the first one go a lot faster, because, you kind of start, like, because the game has to account for, like, who you send up to the surface, so there's, like, increasingly less dialogue between each, right? And most of what you get is from, like, those little, like, path pauses. But, like, the meat of, like, the actual, like, setup is, like, in this first cycle, which is why I wanted to do it all at once. Yes, though several of us have another question that's been troubling us. You need but ask. You said that one of us is going to return to the Commonwealth if we defeat the Tempers and the Rites this night. What happens if we fail? Hedwyn, my boy, don't you see the path to freedom and the path to enlightenment are one and the same? Do you intend to stray from the path? No. Then you have nothing to fear. But let me be much more upfront with you. Should you be defeated by the Tempers this night, then one of them shall end up going free instead of one of you. It is as simple as that. What then is to be done? The very same as if we achieve victory. We await our next such opportunity and make the most of it. Tonight our plan is set in motion. We are united in our cause. We shall look as ever toward the stars for guidance and seize upon our future chances just as they rise. Volfred will actually fight with you after the first cycle, by the way, or like after the first 2 cycles. And that's just so that they can keep him around as an exposition bot, but after that you can send him up to the surface, and after that, like, the story's pretty much, like, just play to the end. So look up, my boy, and set aside your doubts. It's time to take great strides along the path. So as soon as this Rite's over, I'm gonna finish up the stream.
Many years have passed since last the Nightwings gained the summit of the sacred mountain and stood upon the fall of Solium. You are to be commended for your guidance, reader, but only if you can prevail in this liberation rite. Here you stand to gain much more than some enlightenment. Your adversaries are none other than the Tempers. I trust they need no introduction. Soon, one among you shall regain their freedom.
The Pyres burn in each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The Pyres burn in each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the Tempers, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwing. A massive demon swaggers into view. He reaches for his mask. You know who I am already, but look at what we got here. The damn Nightwings decided to show up. Almost figured we were never gonna see the day again. He takes notice of someone in your rank. Hey, you. He indicates Jodariel. This is the other ship. He indicates Jodariel. He scoffs back at him. Lose the mask. Ain't seen one of our own in ages. Not in these damn robes. Jodariel's hesitation is almost imperceptible before she moves to remove her mask, just as her adversary asks. Satisfied? Whoa, you must be new. Jodariel soon puts her mask back on. Enough talk. Ha, I like you, curly horns. Tell you what, once we put out your lights, you can come along with these guys. We're gonna have a spot open. Only shame is I am gonna be around to show you a good time. I should rather cut out my own tongue. Oh, you don't mean that. Our kind, we ought to stick together. Now come on. Ignarius throws his mask back on as his allies snarl at the rest of you. Have the Nightwings reached a decision on whose behalf they shall conduct this rite? The lone minstrel gets your attention in his subtle way. Reader, this is it. The first companion whom you choose shall be anointed to go free this very night if you prevail. The other 2 in the triumvirate shall lend their aid. As you may know, only the most enlightened in the rites are eligible to go free. Not all among you may be ready yet. Now, Nightwings, I would have your decision.
Who most deserves their freedom?
So we could send Hedwyn, Jodariel, or Tizo. And I'm actually gonna go with Hedwyn here. I usually go with Jodariel first, but I usually go with Jodariel first because I find her the least useful. But I want to hear her backstory. So we're gonna anoint Hedwyn, and keep in mind that I'm pretty sure if they have a talisman equipped, you lose that talisman. So
Hedwyn.
if you insist. Sorry if you can hear the dog barking. Then the Gate Guardian looks upon you and your adversaries. Very well then. Under the watch of the 8 Scribes, here are the stakes of this eve's liberation rite. Should the Nightwings prevail, the one called Hedwyn the Deserter shall be liberated. Should the Tempers prevail, the exile of Ignarius shall go free instead. Sorry, I think my aunt came over. Then she turns to you. Now who among the Nightwings shall complete your triumvirate to strive alongside Hedwyn the Deserter and to see his return in glory?
Who shall be at his side?
Let's bring Dariel as well.
Jodariel.
Let's prevail here and see this through. Hold on. I want to upgrade. I think 20 is the max. Yeah. And I'll choose Rookie.
Rookie.
Yeah, sure, no pressure, right, sister?
Very well.
The Scribes accept your choices, Reader of the Nightwings. She then indicates to the Lone Minstrel. Now, are you yourself prepared, Tariq? Aye, Celeste. Then let us all begin. Nightwing's been waiting an awful long time to get out of this hole. Try and stop me.
Commence.
Oh, you good for nothing Nightwings. Skip out on us for years and years and then show up all of a sudden like you're gonna let somebody out for once, but now we gotta work for it, I guess. Damn it, I used to be the best. At least. At this at least. But now the pressure's getting to me. Can't believe it's getting to me. Ah, Mora. I doubt you'd even recognize me anyway. Come on, Nightwings, let's see you keep this up. Don't touch me. Oh, come on! Okay, one more. Nope, okay.
And
Okay.
there it is. At last. The Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not.
Nope.
Thus ends the Liberation Rite. And thus, the Scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Ugh, what a joke. We should have had this. So, for the future, right, there are a couple of characters where if we face them, I might let them win, just because I think it has, like, there's, like, good story reasons. You should have had this. Got all rusty. You've been waiting so damn long. Damn it, damn it. Nightwings, be seeing you around, I guess, and next time you ain't gonna be so lucky. We did it. Then I guess that means I have to go. I broke my vow to her that we'd all go free together. Reader, my friend, why would you do this? Will you ever forgive me? Takani, wait for me. Wait for me. That's the reason why we can't kiss Hedwyn. Someone for whom Hedwyn cares deeply. They were separated in the Commonwealth. He remained silent for a moment longer, then, listen to me, all of you. I will not forget this. If there is anything that I can do back on the other side to help the rest of you, then I am going to find it and I'm going to do it. If you keep Hedwyn for another cycle, he and Pamitha will talk about Takani because Takani is a harp, and Pamitha knows her. And at the very least, I will do everything I can to make sure that by the time more of you come and join me back at home, it'll be a better place for all of us. Look, I don't have long now, so just thank you, all of you. I won't forget this. Then he plunges out of sight into the shimmer pool. His voice is audible but growing faint. It's happening. Goodbye, my friends. Reader, everyone, goodbye. Until we see each other. Hedwyn earned back his freedom. May he return in glory.
Godspeed, Hedwyn. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may soon commence again. The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours.
After your victory over the Tempers and the Liberation Rite, you return to your wagon to decide how to proceed from here. I'm gonna miss that guy. It's quieter now, but we'll see Hedwyn again if we persevere. Our journey's now begun in earnest. We'll just need to make a few last preparations while we're here. Wait, what about the stars? They don't seem to wait around for us. About that, reader, go see for yourself. The night sky over Mount Aladil is much darker than you would have expected. Your thoughts are with Hedwyn as you look toward the heavens. Yeah, there's nothing to do. Are you gonna let me close out of this, or? You search and search the sky, but in vain. No stars are shining now. The stars revealed nothing, did they not? You confirm his suspicions. It's as the book foretells. This is the chance we need to make ready for what lies ahead. There's a haven south of here that we'll travel to at dawn, and when the stars decide to shine for us again, we'll be ready, mark my words. Alright. And I'm gonna call the stream here. Thank you everybody for coming and watching me do this. My voice is absolutely destroyed. So hopefully that will be fine for Saturday when we go back to Hades. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining me, and have a good night / day / whatever, and hopefully I'll see y'all Saturday.